Really? That came out today? Huh, interesting. I actually have been watching an anime. Oh god, what was it called? What's the other one? There's another one that came out that I'm like, oh yeah, that's cool that's finally getting its second season. I don't remember what it was though. And the one I've been watching is what was it called? Vermeil Gold? It's about a guy who summons like a demon as his familiar. Yeah, it's a little raunchy, but it's kind of funny. You know, it's got its charms and such. There's another one, though, that is getting a second season that I am excited for. I'm booting up the Switch. I have to boot up the OG Switch because I have yet to transfer over my Pokemon save file. What was the other one? Oh, maybe I'm thinking Dandadan? That got a second season. Yeah, maybe I was thinking of Dandadan. See, I'm probably going to wait for the whole thing to be out. Alright. Pokemon? Yep, here we go. Alright. Yeah, no, I have not seen Bocchi the Rock yet. I've heard it's good, but I haven't watched that. I don't know, I haven't watched much anime, but Vermeil and Gold just came up on TikTok or something, and I was like, oh, that seems interesting. Yeah, I'll watch it once it's done. So yeah, because I like my dress. My problem with My Dress Up Darling is that I wish they were all college age. There is no reason they should all be high schoolers. I wish they were all college age. That's what kills me. That's what kills me about that show. That's most anime. That's why I like that one, Uzaki-chan or whatever, because they're all college. They're all college girls. Or, you know, it's a main guy and a main girl are both college age. Whereas every other one of those, like, classic romance animes, they're all high schoolers, and, like, the older I get, the weirder it is, you know? Like, I don't want that. Like, sure, back when I was in high school, it was whatever. But nowadays... Nah. But I will probably still watch it. Because I do think it is a very cute romance. Yeah, and I know people really like Bocchi the Rock. I've never seen it. I don't have time for much anymore. Of course, did I watch 2 Superman movies? Yeah. Yeah, that's weird. That's why I ignore the fact that they're in high school. Exactly. Yeah, I get that. It's just the thing that kills me about a lot of these animes is there are certain shows where it's like this has to be set in high school because they're very much telling like a high schooler's experience. Is it Horimiya? Is that the one where it's like it's very important that they're in high school? But then there are other animes where it's like this could have been college age and you would have gotten away with it fine. Like there's nothing specifically that means you have to do that. I have also never seen Your Lie in April. I have heard it is very good. I've heard the ending is fantastic, but that's just not for me. I've heard it'll make you cry, and I'm good. I probably will one day, but yeah. So today we're in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, specifically on the Switch. I have yet to move over my save file from Switch over to Switch 2. I have yet to do that. So, my plan, there's a event going on right now. This event happened like a month ago. This is like a month-old event, but there's a new shiny event going on, and I kind of want to move up my save file before I do the new event. So my plan right now is, we're gonna play on the Switch version. We're just, because I already have this like saved from like a month ago. We're gonna do the event. It's Spidops, Spidops, Tarantula, Speed, whatever the Gen 2 spider is, it's Ariados, right? And then there's one other spider-like Pokemon. So we've technically got to get 6 Pokemon. That's it. But we'll do that, and then depending on time, maybe I'll move my save file over to the Switch 2. We'll boot up that, and we'll do some shiny hunting there? I don't know. We'll see. You do know, on average, this show goes for, like, 2 hours. And there have been episodes that have gone for much longer than that. But no, I think when I'm personally listening to a podcast, I think an hour or 2 is, like, the perfect length. That's kind of what I listen to, so that's what I tried. Most podcasts I listen to are about an hour. I mean, last week's episode was almost exactly 2 hours. Week before that was 224. Week before that was 3.5 hours. Week before that was 4.5 hours. But no, I think 2.5 hours is the perfect length for me. I wonder what is the longest episode of this show. I actually don't know if there's a good way to, like, check. Because that is something I would be curious about, but I don't think there's, like, an easy way to, like, see, like, oh, yeah, this is the longest one you've ever done. Yeah, there might be somewheres behind the scenes on YouTube. I know the longest stream I ever did was, like, 9 hours. And that was, Tears of the Kingdom. No, the longest stream I ever did was 16 hours, and that was Pikmin's 1, 2, 3, and 4 in a single stream. That's the longest stream I ever did. And that was, yeah, around 16 hours. Yeah. Yeah, that was, yeah, 16 hours. And hey, look, there's one Spidops already found, before we even got started. Now, I'm happy with the length we currently do. I kind of feel like we already go on to... If I had, like, a co-host or something, maybe it'd be a different story. But, like, just me on my own, I already feel like 2 hours is probably too long. So, yeah, we'll see. Alright, so what about the show tonight? So, outside of catching shinies, we got an update on Switch 2 sales. We got to talk about the new Minecraft update, because I want to talk about the new Minecraft update. I want to talk... Microsoft is doing layoffs, so we're going to talk about that. That's kind of the big story of the week, and it'll be the last one we do in news. And then we just got a bunch of other... I've watched a few TV shows. I only played one game. I only have played Date Everything this week, so we don't have much game-wise. But I got 2 TV shows. I got 3 movies... And then, to end off the show, potentially, the Marble League, I think, started back up. The Marble League 2025 had its first round of qualifiers today. I think. I admittedly have not double-checked that. But I will. And I actually should just check that right now. Because I think the Marble League started up. And hey, you know, we can watch the qualifiers. Marble runs. Yep, there we go. The first event of the 2025 Marble League qualifiers. So maybe that'll be how we end the show. Because God, my team's got to make it in this year. They did last year, and then they did awful. We got a new coach, Celeste. She's going to do great. I have faith in her. And God, I hope it works out this year. But we'll just have to wait and see. So when it comes to gaming news, like I said, so we got Switch 2 sales, Minecraft, and then the big story is the Microsoft layoffs. Early this week, we were rocked with Microsoft layoffs, and it fucking sucks. 9,000 employees laid off. That's awful. And we got a bunch of things that have come out of that, and that's a story that continues to be updated. We found out about more cancellations, more people who are leaving not through layoff, but like of their own will because of how things have gone tits up. It's awful. I mean, I do. Yeah, you could say that. That's not a bad comparison. So, yeah. So, I guess let's start off with Switch 2 sales. So, Nintendo, on their, official website, they updated a page that says that the Nintendo Switch 2 sold 5 million units in just about a month. Little less than that, but in just about a month, the Switch 2 sold 5 million units. So, of course, everyone was like, oh shit, that's a crazy number of units. Almost immediately after that page was updated, it was taken down. Like, Nintendo, struck that down. That was something accidental that wasn't supposed to be uploaded. And so, of course, people were wondering, what's going on here? Why'd they do that? Because, 4 days after the Switch 2 came out, we found out about the sales numbers. So it would make sense that about a month... Admittedly, we're not a month from release yet, but we're getting close. So I guess David Gibson reached out to Nintendo, and basically someone from Nintendo replied that that 5 million number was just test data. They were doing some tests on the website. They accidentally published that 5 million number. That's not actually, an actual number. It was just a test. Went up from 5. Actually, well, it's not that high. So that was the report. That, as of this moment, we know that the claim is that 5 million is just a test. It's not the actual number. But according to other people who have been tracking the number, the reason why that 5 million is probably fake is because it's undershooting it. That in actuality, the Switch 2 has probably sold closer to 7 million units. Using, store biometrics and whatnot, looking at it, across Europe where laws are a little bit more open. Yeah, it looks like the Switch 2 is probably closer to 7 million. Which, just to put that into perspective, ever since the Switch 2 has been announced, there have been a lot of people saying, oh, you shouldn't buy a Switch 2, you should buy a Steam Deck. I'm sure you've probably heard that at some point. You shouldn't buy a Switch 2, you should buy a Steam Deck. They don't sell it in North. Yeah, wow, I wonder why. Funny. So, people have been saying you should buy a Steam Deck. If this 7 million number is to be believed, that means the Switch 2 has already sold 1 million more units than the Steam Deck. The highest number estimate we have for the Steam Deck is about 6 million. In 1 month, the Switch 2 sold more than the Steam Deck did in 5 years. Its entire lifespan. Yeah, I'm sure Nintendo would love to break into India and, get them there. I know they fought really hard to get into China, and that's had its ups and downs, and I actually don't know where they currently sit with that. But yeah. you know, Nintendo, you know, meanwhile, they don't give a shit about Latin America, and that's kind of bullshit, but that's a whole other thing. But yeah, the fact that the Switch 2 has potentially already sold more than the Steam Deck in its entire life, and yet the Steam Deck is supposed to be the Switch 2 killer. Or, you know, they're looking at that Xbox ROG Ally X that is supposed to be the Switch 2 killer, even though that thing's probably going to cost like $900 and is probably even a more niche product than the Steam Deck. No, that's supposed to be the Steam Deck killer, the Switch killer, the Steam Deck killer. It's, you know, a few weeks ago, I said something along the lines of, you know, people are going to be mad at the Switch 2 until somebody else, Phil Spencer, comes along and does something stupid. And now here we are, like 3 or 4 weeks later, and Phil Spencer has done something stupid. And, like, I hope people are moving on from the Steam Deck, or from the Switch 2 controversy, but we'll just have to wait and see. There was a map of world showing Steam users around the world. There's only one. Yeah. Yep, that's always kind of funny. So yeah, that's the Switch 2 sales. And I do think probably, I don't know when Nintendo's next financial investors meeting is, but if I have to guess, we're going to find out how good the Switch 2 is doing by the time by the 1 month. By the time we get to the 1 month, we'll know, like, hey, this is how good the Switch 2 has done. Which, I mean, we're coming up on that, right? Or wait, that was actually... Never mind, that was today. The Switch 2 is a month old today, so... Actually, you know what? Never mind. Maybe we won't find out anything today. There is, however... Steam Deck, I'm sure, is an awesome console. Yeah, I kind of get that. I've heard... Everyone I know who has a Steam Deck has had a really good time with the Steam Deck. But, I'm kind of good. Yeah, I'm good. So, the other rumor that's kind of unrelated and kind of unsubstantiated at the moment, there's a rumor that there's going to be a Nintendo Direct this week. That, for the first time in like 5 years, Nintendo didn't do a June Direct, probably to put some distance between the Switch 2's launch. And now that we're a month out, the rumor is that on Tuesday, we're either going to get a Nintendo Direct, or they're going to announce a Nintendo Direct for, like, Wednesday or Thursday. I think that's very likely. I do think it is a very high likelihood that we do get a Nintendo Direct in the next few days / weeks. Definitely before the end of summer. Of course, you know, we already know about Donkey Kong, and that comes out on the 17th. But I feel like Nintendo needs to kind of get ahead of things right now and be like, first we need a Metroid Prime release date. We really desperately need a Metroid Prime release date. But also, you know, we know what's coming to Switch this year. What about next year? I want, like, some sort of tease of, like, oh, next year you can look forward to a 3D Mario, a Star Fox, something. You know, I want that tease. I know that's still a year out, but I feel... Because okay, I know, don't base things on haters. It's kind of crazy, the fact that within 6 months, the Switch 2 will have more exclusives than the PS5 has had in 5 years. That's kind of crazy to think about, but is entirely true, especially with Helldivers now coming to Xbox. That's one less exclusive, even though it was also on Steam, so actually never mind that. But I do think we're getting a Direct. I do think it's probably going to be... this week makes sense. I've seen some leaks. Like, does 4chan even exist anymore? There's been some sort of 4chan style leak that claims, like, oh, we're going to get Red Dead Redemption 2. We're going to get GTA. We're going to get a new Star Fox game. We're gonna get a bunch of Dragon Ball games. And see, the thing is, I can believe all those different things, but the way the leak phrases it, I don't think that's gonna happen. Like, I do think Red Dead... yeah, 4chan. Listen, not every real leak comes from 4chan, but every real leak I've seen has had a 4chan connection. Okay, maybe not Nate the Hate stuff, but you get my point. 4chan has gotten it right. Even if I never use the site, you know, I've seen they've gotten it right. Of course, most of the time when they do, we only realize that afterwards, but still. Yeah, that would be nice. That would be nice. But yeah, I do think Red Dead is likely. I do think... I'm amazed GTA 5 never came to the original Switch. The original Switch 100% can run GTA 5. And I don't know why it never came out. It's definitely a Rockstar thing. But if it comes to Switch 2, sure, I'll take it. I mean, we got the GTA collection, which was kind of weird. But no, I think whatever the Dragon Ball fighting game is, I could see that. San Andreas is on Switch. GTA San Andreas, you can play that on Switch. I haven't, but I know you can. I need to get some quick balls. Yeah, I could see, whatever the most recent Dragon Ball fighting game is, I could see that coming to Switch. I could see a new Star Fox thing. I mean, it's either that or Nintendo's gonna restart their cycle of just, hey, here's the next Mario sports games. Yeah, I know you can. That's why I said I know the Switch 2 can run, or the OG Switch can run GTA. Like, I know it can. But yeah, so that's that rumor. I do think something's coming, but we'll just kind of have to wait and see. Our next story... So I want to talk about Minecraft real quick. Because you know me, I still do... I love my 2-week Minecraft periods. And so, even though we just got a new Minecraft update like 2 weeks ago, they've already started previewing the next update. Which, while we don't have an official name for the next Minecraft update, we know its first big feature is the Copper Golem. And I'll be honest, I voted for the Copper Golem. I voted for that during the that Minecraft vote. And while I am happy to see the Minecraft vote dead and gone, because I hated it as much as other people did, but I'm excited to see this. I do like that they changed it, that it doesn't just press copper buttons, but is instead basically like a voting organization, or not a voting, it's an organization system. It now takes items from a copper chest and places them in other chests. You know, I admittedly don't like how it currently stacks it. Like, I hope that in the future, right now is kind of buggy, but in the future, if it opens a chest and sees like, oh, you've got a stack of 10 diamonds, it'll group that stack of 10 diamonds up and, you know, add the 16 that it picks up. But again, it's just starting the test of the feature. Why'd you hate the mob vote? The mob vote's an interesting idea. But the problem it had created for the last 5 years, 5+ years, was that if you present players with 3 good options to stuff to bring to the game, we only get 1 of them. And then the other 2 are, for all intents and purposes, lost forever. Because up until this point, nothing from a mob vote had ever come back. And there had been no indication that anything would ever come back. So, like, if you were someone who voted for the Copper Golem, the LA won, well, the Copper Golem was basically dead. And I'm partially convinced the only reason we are getting the Copper Golem is because people rose up against the mob vote. Because we complained so much, Mojang, you know, they killed the mob vote, and now they've given in. That's why I think it takes... Because either you get two scenarios. You get a scenario where all three of the mobs in the mob vote are good, and two good ideas are lost forever. Or you get a situation in which all three mobs suck, in which case it doesn't matter. My idea, personally, is that Minecraft needs to rip off LEGO Ideas. Look at what makes LEGO Ideas so successful, and just do that. Because in LEGO Ideas, you know, you create your own set. Like someone created a Phineas and Ferb set. Dan Povenmire, the creator, one of the creators of Phineas and Ferb, saw that and made a TikTok about it. It got the 10,000 votes, and now that might potentially be a LEGO set in the future. I think the Minecraft LEGO Ideas works really well. In theory, that I feel like Mojang should do that. Hey, it's Minecraft Ideas. People can submit their own mobs, and if they get enough votes, Mojang will review them and potentially add them to the game. And that way, you know, famous mod creators could, you know, take their ideas, submit them, and sure, it might be rigged in certain ways, shapes, or form. There are plenty more Minecraft creators than there are, you know, LEGO creators who could rig the vote. But still, I think that's the way to go with it. But do I think Mojang will ever do that? No. No. But yeah, so on top of copper golems that, you know, come with copper chests, yeah, like you're saying, we got copper armor and tools. Can I be honest? I like the idea of copper armors and tools. My problem is, right now, they're just implemented as, like, a step between iron and stone. And I think that's kind of boring. I hope... You know how, like, gold is extremely brittle, but mines extremely fast? Like, that's what makes gold special, is that it's brittle, but it mines quickly. I hope they do something like that with copper, where copper, yeah, you know, keep it between iron and stone, but give it some sort of, like, special trait that makes it unique. Like, oh, maybe... like, my idea for copper has always been electricity. Like, not redstone, but, like, actual, like, electricity where you could make, like, a barbed wire fence that you can electrify. You can set up little windmills and water wheels to generate electricity for your electric fence. And then imagine if you could, like, electrocute your armor, and that gave it, like, the Thorns ability. Or maybe you could, like, put electricity in your sword, and when you hit somebody with it, it, like, gave the stun effect for a few seconds. Like, do something to make copper unique. That's my thing. I like the idea of copper armor and whatnot. Or yeah, maybe if, you know, you get struck by lightning with copper armor, it supercharges you for a few seconds. Like, just do something fun with it. The idea of it just being a step in between stone and iron. And the problem is, it's also not a big leap. Like, sure, it's nice to have, I guess, but it's not a huge leap. It's not a big step forwards, in my opinion. It feels like a fraction, and that kind of sucks. But if you give it a unique trait that would, you know, encourage players to use it, or, you know, give something special with it, I think that would go a long way. Some sort of special copper ability or something. I don't know. There's a bunch of potential. I don't want to... I do. I want to be charged, Steve. I think that'd be funny. Maybe, you know, you wear the copper armor, you get struck by lightning, and then any mobs you kill will drop their mob heads, instead of having to, you know, get a supercharged creeper to blow them up. I don't know. Just give me something. I want something that I think could be a lot of fun. But right now, yeah, it just kind of exists. Not that I'm mad about it by any means. I want to be very clear with that. I do think I'd rather have this than not have this. But I do think at the moment, it's not really doing much for me. But this is the first snapshot the first preview. We still know very little about it. So that's fine. Yeah. And just add the heads for all the other mobs as well. Do that. Come on, Mojang. Fix your game. So yeah, that's that. So those are my two, kind of positive stories. I like the Copper Golem. Switch 2 sales might be crazy. Now, we gotta get to the serious story. Now comes the part that gets a little bit sad. So, we had heard a while ago that Microsoft was gearing up for layoffs. That, they had to eliminate some redundancies from their mergers. And Microsoft was getting ready to lay off some people. Well, this week, those layoffs finally happened to the tune of 9,000 people. Just this week, 9,000 people at Microsoft lost their job. Now, I want to be clear. This is not just like Xbox. This is not just like Xbox Studios and Phil Spencer and whatnot. This is all of Microsoft. So, this could be the Windows team, the Copilot team, the translation team. I'm assuming like teams in like France and Germany and China and whatnot. This is not just main, Xbox. This is all of Microsoft. It's all departments, and roughly 9,000 people makes up about 4% of the company. So I know 4% doesn't seem like a lot, but yeah, it's about, Microsoft is a big company. It's 9,000 people, and that sucks. This industry has been plagued with layoffs. Last year was awful, and this isn't the first time this year Microsoft has done layoffs, by the way. Earlier this year, Microsoft laid off 6,000 people. So Microsoft, just this year alone, has laid off 15,000 people, which is, a little bit above 5% of the company, but that's a lot of people. That sucks. It's awful. This is an awful development. People shit on Nintendo. We talk about how bad Nintendo is at business. Nintendo's a stupid fucking company. But when it comes to layoffs, Nintendo doesn't really do layoffs like other companies. Satoru Iwata, former president CEO of Nintendo, said that when people are in fear of losing their jobs, they don't make as good games. So when, it came time to lay off employees, him and Miyamoto instead took pay cuts. Miyamoto and Iwata took a pay cut, so that way they didn't have to lay anybody off. We shit on Nintendo for being a dumb company, but when push comes to shove, they do keep their employees. Sure, their part-time employees they're not great with. Nintendo famously does not do well by their part-time employees. But full-time employees, yeah, no, they get it. Someone pointed out earlier this week that Retro, the studio making Metroid Prime 4, that made the old Metroid Primes, that made the Donkey Kong Country Returns games. Retro has not released a game in a decade. And yet they did not lay off a single employee. Sure, did some people leave the company? Yeah, of course they did. But they didn't have to do any mass layoffs or anything. They didn't put out a game for 10 years. And yet Microsoft can barely keep a studio open for a few years before completely shuttering it and laying off all their employees in those studios. So 9,000 employees cut. What has that affected? So Microsoft, of course, last year bought Activision Blizzard King. and specifically King, the mobile game developer, you know, the people who do Candy Crush, have had to lay off 10% of their staff, which approximates to around 200 employees. So that's our first big cut. Our next cut is Turn 10. Turn 10 is one of them in Playground Games make the Forza series. I want to say Turn 10 is like kind of like Bungie. They're like an OG Xbox studio. They've been around since the beginning. They made Forza Horizon. They made Forza Motorsport. And they had to cut 50% of their staff. So 50% of Turn 10 is gone. And as well, the next Forza game, the next Forza Motorsport. So this is, as someone who has never played a Forza game, Forza Motorsport is the racing one, whereas Forza Horizon is the open world one. That's my understanding of it. And for the next Forza Motorsport, so the one that's primarily about racing, has been canceled. According to people who are now fired from the studio, the Forza Motorsport 5 or 6 or whatever, 7 even, was in development, but it has now been canceled. That sucks. That is awful. Because, well, I know Forza Horizon sells better. You know, to lose half your staff is just terrible. Next up, The Initiative. So if you do not remember, The Initiative was a game studio started in 2018. Microsoft picked out a bunch of talent, you know, people who have worked on like Red Dead Redemption, Call of Duty, other, you know, big AAA games, and started a brand new studio called The Initiative. At the time, they called it the first ever quadruple A game. It might be 9 or 10. I'll be honest, I have no idea. But The Initiative was their first quadruple A game studio. I think the term quadruple A is dumb as hell? Yes, I think that's stupid. But I get what Microsoft was going for. That they were basically trying to do what the guys who made Expedition 33 were trying to do. You know, get a bunch of great talent together to make a really good game. Specifically, Perfect Dark. Yeah. So, The Initiative was working on Perfect Dark. And we saw last year at the 2024 Xbox show, we saw a vertical slice of that game. And yeah, it looked decent. Well, because of these layoffs, The Initiative is closing down. So, the studio themselves, the first ever quadruple A game studio, is gone. And that Perfect Dark is canceled. We saw gameplay of this last year, and it's gone. If anything, that's why I wouldn't think the game would have been canceled. Because we saw gameplay of it, but that means nothing. Now, in the days when this story originally broke, there was a rumor going around that the Perfect Dark trailer from last year was all pre-rendered. That it was not an in-engine trailer, that was a pre-rendered trailer, you know, something set up before the show. And that's very disingenuous, right? To make a pre-rendered trailer nowadays, very disingenuous. It has since come out from people who have worked on the game that is not true. That trailer was in-engine. It was a vertical slice. In short, it was designed to be played a very specific way. But no, that was all working gameplay. I want to say one of the level designers came out and said that. So that was real. And that sucks. Again, I was just talking about Retro. Retro didn't release a game for 10 years. And didn't face any cuts. Meanwhile, The Initiative has been working on this game since 2018. And now, you know, 5, 6, 7 years of progress, all just down the drain. Sure, were things potentially bad behind the scenes? Probably, maybe, potentially. But that sucks. That honestly sucks. Another game that's been canceled, Everwild. If you don't remember, Everwild is the new game made by Rare. You know, currently the Sea of Thieves developers who only make Sea of Thieves. Their new game has been canceled. Now, there had been rumors that this game was kind of in development hell, and that it had had to restart at some point. So yeah, there's been rumors that behind the scenes things weren't going well, but like just a few months ago, Phil Spencer came out and said that, yeah, sure, we haven't seen Everwild, but he's really impressed with what the studio's doing, and can't wait to show us more. Nope, it's now been canceled, and Rare's, just going to continue being the Sea of Thieves developer. Not that Sea of Thieves is bad, but I was excited for them to do something new. There has been a rumor that there was a Banjo-Kazooie game in development, but that has also been canceled. I have found nothing substantial about that. From all the posts I've seen, it's kind of like those 4chan rumors where this could be true. Sure, there could have been a Banjo-Kazooie game in development, but I'm kind of hesitant. I don't want to say that for certain or anything. So, yeah. Oh, I love Banjo. I love me some Banjo-Kazoobles. Love that game. Okay. Banjo is my main in Smash Bros. I guess that's what I should say. Is he good? God, no. But, yeah. Does Banjo-Kazooie 2 kind of suck? Yeah, allegedly. I don't know. I've honestly, out of all the Banjo-Kazooie games, the one I've put the most time into is Nuts and Bolts. Because Nuts and Bolts is a bad Banjo-Kazooie game, but kind of a decent car building game. Kind of like Tears of the Kingdom, which, oh boy, will we talk about that later. Yeah, I put a bunch of time into Nuts and Bolts. That takes me to the Xbox 360. But, so yeah, there's a rumor that the Banjo-Kazooie thing's been canceled. I have never even seen anything to say that the Banjo-Kazooie thing even existed to begin with. So I'm very hesitant on that, but, we'll just have to wait and see. The new Superman movie is next week. That's next week. This week we're talking about the 1987 movie? Yeah, I think Superman 4 was 1987. That sounds right in my head. So what else? So ZeniMax Studios, ZeniMax Online. This is the studio that made The Elder Scrolls Online. It doesn't come out until next week anyways. Yeah, no, the new Superman doesn't come out until next week, so the old Supermans, you might be able to find some of that online. But I don't know if I'd recommend watching Superman 3 or 4. We'll talk about it. So ZeniMax, they made The Elder Scrolls Online. And they've been in development of a new game for years now. And I guess, supposedly, this new ZeniMax game was so good that they would give it to some of the heads up at Microsoft, and people would be addicted to it. Like, it was really good, it was really addictive, it was really fun. What was this game about? How did it work? We have no idea. But because of these layoffs, it's been canceled. Everyone who says anything about it has nothing but high praise for it. And yet, it seemingly has been canceled before ever even being revealed. And that sucks, because even though I'm not an Elder Scrolls Online guy, not my style of game, people who I know play Elder Scrolls Online really like it. I've heard it's actually pretty decent. And yeah, listening to people talk about would I have played whatever their new game is? Probably not, just knowing myself. But this sucks. And again, it's the same thing. Working on a game for 5, 6, 7 years. In secret, just for it all to be canceled before you could even show anything about it. That's just awful. Truly awful. There was, of course, one of the things people had speculated is what about the Hideo Kojima game? I want to say it's called OD. OD sounds right. But Hideo Kojima and Jordan Peele are working together to make a game for Xbox. And of course, people started asking, like, oh, has that game been canceled as well? And I want to say they came out and say that, as far as they know, that game is still on track, right? Nothing about that has changed. Nothing about that has been canceled. So that's staying the same. Of course, other Microsoft studios were hit. The other big one I saw was Raven, who is a one of the Call of Duty developers. They seemingly have been hit as well. So there's another studio that's been hit. And of course that's just the gaming side of things. You know, this is primarily a gaming show, so we're going to talk about the gaming side. But there's still probably another, probably like 7,000 employees from other departments in Microsoft that have also been fired. So this just looks at the gaming side. So many other people have lost their jobs. So the next thing coming on top of this, Mike Straw over at Insider Gaming put out a thing that was like, hey, just a quick reminder here. Microsoft's stock price hit an all-time high the previous Tuesday. So Microsoft as a company is doing better than they have ever done. You know, their stock is soaring. And yet that news of like the stock being at an all-time high is immediately followed up by layoffs. That basically back in a March earnings call, Microsoft reported higher than expected revenue. Microsoft is doing so well right now. And yet, no matter how good you are doing under the systems of capitalism, it's never good enough. You could, you're recording record profit. Your stock's at an all-time high. And yet you still need to fire 9,000 people just to maintain that bottom line. We truly do live in hell. We live in a capitalistic hellscape. And of course, the final thing that seemingly has been corroborated since this is that with Microsoft firing all these people, this will inevitably lead to employees being replaced by generative AI. And those who remain are expected to pick up what's left behind. So basically, what this means for all the people who didn't get fired, the remaining 95%, is that they're going to be expected to do more work, but also AI is going to start, doing stuff. Microsoft's pushing big on that Copilot, and, they're going to start... We just talked last week with Sakurai talking about how video games are getting so big that he sees companies turning to AI to pick up the slack. And Nintendo even earlier... let me see if I have the tweet real quick. Nintendo put out a thing earlier this week, or it might have just been like today, that was like, hey, looking forward for Nintendo. Oh, so this is the Xbox thing. So on top of the 15, so when I say the Xbox thing was corroborated, this is according to the Seattle Times, Microsoft laid off 15,000 employees in 2025 to free up spending for AI. So they're going to invest more in AI. Investing heavily in AI infrastructure and products at the cost of everything else is proving popular among shareholders. So that's fucking awful. I hate AI so much. But where was the... Okay, so it's Nintendo put a thing. Where was it? Basically, there was something to do with Nintendo. To counter the rising costs of development, Nintendo is going to explore making games with shorter development cycles. They're also investing their development teams to preserve the way they currently make games. That they've always made games. So, while we see Microsoft, potentially firing a bunch of employees to use AI to make games and whatnot, Nintendo's doing the exact opposite. They're looking at ways to preserve how we currently make games. But also, making games with smaller budgets on smaller development times. Because one of the problems is in the modern day gaming industry is that you can't just have a game be successful. It has to make all the money in the world. But Nintendo, meanwhile, they're looking at it different. And they're not the only ones doing this, obviously. This is basically how every indie studio functions. But no, you don't have to make all the money in the world. If you go in with a very specific budget, you can expect to get that very specific budget back. That's Drag X Drive. Or Drag In Drive, I guess. I keep calling it Drag X Drive. I think it's actually Dragon. That's a game with a very specific budget that Nintendo only expects to make so much money that they're charging a very specific price for. And it's going to make exactly that. Nothing more, nothing less. And I'm out of water. And then, of course, after all this new comes out, Microsoft, and I didn't even read Phil Spencer put out a statement that reads very tone deaf. I mean, what was he going to say? I have no fucking idea, but it wasn't a good statement. But, of course, it all capped off with, hey, guys, guess what? Don't worry about the layoffs. Helldivers 2 is coming to Xbox. You'll be able to play it next month. Same day as Gears of War Reloaded. Like, fuck off with that. I get it had to be announced at some point, but, God, if that's your damage control, that's some pretty bad fucking damage control. So that's the Microsoft story. Just awful. Layoffs on the game industry. Well, sure, we've seen less layoffs this year than last year. Because last year it felt like every week we were having new layoffs. This week, hey, look at that. We found a shiny house. We weren't even looking for that. Yeah, just because there are less layoffs this year still doesn't mean that layoffs are still totally in effect. They're still hurting a lot of these studios. But oh no, Microsoft should buy up Sega. Surely that'll fix things. Like, fuck right off. And I've seen some people say that, oh, even if Microsoft hadn't bought Activision Blizzard, this would have still happened. That, oh, instead of it being layoffs at Microsoft, it would have been layoffs at Microsoft and Activision Blizzard. And, like, sure, that's possible, but we'll never know. And there's no way this wasn't made worse because of that acquisition. Because, again, they're eliminating redundancies. It's a fucking mess. And this sucks. This is truly awful. And the state of the modern day AAA gaming. I see people saying Nintendo's gonna kill the modern day gaming industry. That Nintendo is so greedy they're gonna ruin everything. Meanwhile, Microsoft turns around, fires 15,000 people, and then announces their stupid ROG Ally, which is the savior of the gaming industry. Because it can play Steam games. Oh, surely that's gonna save the gaming industry. Like, fuck right off with that. I don't want to hear another Xbox fanboy talk shit ever again. Alright, so that's all of our news stories. Yeah, it had to go that way. So, what are we talking about today? Like I said, we got one game to talk about, specifically Date Everything, which I have continued to play, so we'll talk about that. We have a new Game Changer episode, Rulette, so I want to talk about that. Ironheart has come out, the new, the Disney show. Technically, the first 3 episodes came out last week. And then episodes 4, 5, and 6 came out this week. I have only watched episodes 1, 2, and 3. I have not seen 4, 5, and 6. So even though people on Twitter have been spoiling it willy-nilly, and like I already know the big reveal, I'm only halfway through the show at the moment. So we'll only talk about the first half, and we'll get to the second half next week, hopefully. And then Superman 3, the 19-something movie starring Richard Pryor. We'll talk about that. And then, of course, Superman 4, The Quest for Peace. Superman 3. Superman 3 was 19... Wow, there was 5 years between 3 and 4. Wow. Or, no, wait, it'd be 4 years, wouldn't it? 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it'd be 4 years. Never mind. Because even though I said I wasn't going to watch either of these movies, I watched both of them. And then I did see the new Jurassic World. I know I had very little interest in it, but I was like, fuck it, I'll go see it anyways. So we'll talk about that. And then a few miscellaneous things. Maybe we'll end off with Marble League. So let's start off with Date Everything. So last week we had talked about Date Everything. I have since, I've played the game a little bit more. I haven't done too much, admittedly. I haven't had too much time to play it. But I've done a few things. Last week I talked about how I had been, like, working on dating, like, Beverly and Betty and, Bo. Well, I might have said last week that I was dating Beverly. That wasn't true. Because, so the last thing that had happened with Beverly was that basically her bar was a success, so we celebrated that night with a bunch of drinks. And, we got sloppy drunk, and she confessed she confesses her love for us. And of course, I wanted the game to be like, oh, Beverly, I love you back, letting us confess our love. Yeah, no, the game doesn't let you do that. And, like, I get it. She's drunk, you're drunk. Neither of you are really in any sort of mood to confess. So, like, I understand that. But then the next time, I went and talked to Beverly. And, we were talking about whatever. I kind of asked her about, like, her alcoholism. And she was like, oh, don't worry. I don't have a problem. Blah, blah, blah. And then just randomly, I got booted out of the conversation. And I was like, okay, that's a very abrupt end. Because we never really got a chance to talk about our feelings. So the next day, I went back in and talked to her again. And it was the same conversation. I got stuck in a loop. And I've tried 3 separate times to break out of this loop. And I can't. I know, knowing dating sims from the world God only knows. I know that you can get stuck in a loop. But if you do things in a right sequence, in a right order, you can get out of that loop. So it's kind of at the point where it's like, I just got to experiment and find out ways to get out of the loops. Of course, when I'm not get interrupted by Lucinda Lavish. But, so that's what I'm working on, is trying to get out of that loop, but it's not going well. Other than that, last time I had talked with Mac, and something I forgot to bring, so Mac's whole storyline is that they want to upgrade. You're using an old, outdated software. They want a better operating system. They want to be upgraded. And so the obvious thing is, you help them get upgraded. In the process, you delete all your fan fiction. And then, okay, well, hey, you're upgraded now. Let's go on a date. Let's start dating. And then instead, once they're upgraded, they told me, like, oh, instead of dating, let's spend some time apart. Let's go see other people. And then when we come together again, we'll have grown a new fondness for each other. And it just felt very weird. And, like, I kind of got, like, an argument with them about it. I mean, yes, I did go back to them, And they were like, oh, I know we kind of didn't end off on the right foot last time, but hey, I still care for you. Do you still care for me? And yes, I'm dating Mac. But it was just kind of weird and felt out of nowhere. Because the other thing with Mac that I'm surprised, it might be an option that I just didn't get, is that when it comes to updating their software, their, operating system, I was expecting a plot. They constantly talk about how, hey, once they've updated their operating system, they're going to be so much better. They're going to be prettier. They're going to be more attractive. They're going to be more desirable. And there was a part of me that was kind of waiting to get the dialogue option to be like, but Mac, I like you the way you are. I don't need you to change. I love you just the way you are. And at no point did they ever give me that option. And, I could have seen that the game gives you that option. And Mac, shutting you down and being like, no, I want to change. If you don't like the new changed me, well, that's your problem. I want to be different. I want to be a better person or whatever. But no, they never even give you that option. So that kind of surprised me. But I do still like Mac. And they're getting, they're in the next update, I guess they're fixing their wheelchair because it's, badly designed. I know nothing about it, but hey, if they're making it better, if they've consulted with people who know what they're talking about, that can only be a good thing. Meanwhile, the opposite of that is Shelly, the shelf. Shelly's whole thing, she's very insecure. She's constantly worried that you're never going to come back. And I eventually picked up on, oh, Shelly, you're mounted wrong. The reason you're constantly so stressed out is because the shelves are mounted wrong. So I was waiting for it to be like, hey, let me let me fix you. Or let me, not fix you, but, mount you properly. I was waiting to get that option. And the game kind of I make that offer to Shelly, and it's like, no, you don't know anything about hardware. We just find that immediately. Oh my gosh. So I make that offer to Shelly. Nothing. Just immediately, it's, oh, well, I know nothing about hardware. There's nothing I can do. Maybe there's another path I could have gone on, or maybe if I had talked to, other characters like Tony, I could have, set it up where, you could properly mount her. Because I know you can't fix her. But, there should have been something there, and I'm kind of surprised there wasn't. But, you get what I'm saying? How those are, opposite stories. Yeah. But I did that. What else did I want to talk about? Oh, I want to real quick. So I've seen people talk about the content warnings in this game. I want to be clear, I am by no means an expert on content warnings. But while playing Date Everything, just kind of for the hell of it, I've had content warnings turned on, and I'll be honest, I'm not really too impressed with them. I'll give you an example of why I don't think they work that well. So, when you first meet Harper and Dirk, Harper is the laundry basket, Dirk is the dirty clothes. You walk in on them mid-fight. So when an abusive relationship, because that's what they're in, I would expect the game immediately upon talking to them to be like, hey, content-aware mode, guess what? These two are in an abusive relationship. Before you've even said a single word to them or heard a single word from them, you should be aware of that so that way you don't proceed any farther. If I was doing it, that's how I would do it, right? Before you've even heard a single sentence from Harper or Dirk. Instead, that warning comes after the entire argument, after they've introduced themselves, 5 minutes later. Yes, you do eventually get that warning, hey, these two are in an abusive relationship, please be aware of that. But no, it gives it to you way later than I think it should. I think that should be an immediate warning. So that was my first thing. There's a saying, again, I'm not an expert on this, but it's the game, content warnings are kind of not sparse, but they're kind of underexplained. And I think the reason why, and I've seen other people say this as well, is that the game doesn't want to spoil itself. It doesn't want to give away spoilers for, like, storylines. So as a result, they only say, like, oh, this character has PTSD. This character has mental issues. This character has, you know, abusive themes of abuse in their past. The game's very vague about that. Now, I'd have no problem if that was, like, the start. If, like, hey, you walk up to a new character, let's use Arma as the example. She's the fire alarm. And it's like, hey, you walk up to Arma, hey, this character witnessed, you know, has PTSD from something she experienced in her past. And that, because that's kind of how it is at the moment. And the game asks you, do you want to proceed, or no, get me out of here? I wish there was a third option that was like, hey, spoil it for me. Tell me everything that happens in Arma's story, specifically that she witnesses a house burn down. Like, I feel like the game doesn't want to spoil itself. So as a result, some information that, you know, completely optional. You do not have to have these settings turned on. You could even put like a spoiler warning in front of it and give players the options. Hey, do you want more information? Do you want full spoilers? Just something like that. Because I know, the reason I know this works, and this works, by the way. I know some people are very risk avoidant to spoilers, and I get it, but some people don't mind spoilers. There's a game, I think it was Tell Me Why, which is made by the Life is Strange developers. And they had their content-aware mode that spoiled the entire game. I want to say I'm thinking of the right game here. That, hey, if you had their spoiler mode on, it would spoil the entire game. If you let it do that. And I feel like the Data Everything developers should be like, no, let's do that. Let's give full spoilers for everything. Only if the players want it. Because again, it's all optional. Because and the worst part is, there is an example of this. Kind of. There's a character who's a skeleton key. And when you first talk to him, Skyla pops up and is like, hey, my content aware is going off. Just so, right, something happens to this character that, hey, I want to tell you, but it is a spoiler. Do you want me to spoil this for you? Like, do I wish she was a little bit more specific about it? Yes. But does it show that the game can do this and is willing to, in certain situations, spoil itself to give away some information? Yes. I feel like every character should work like that. Maybe be a little bit more specific than just saying spoilers, because admittedly, I have no idea what the fuck Skyla was talking about. I've admittedly only talked to the key twice, once to him initially, and once to them later on when talking to Dorian, and finding out that they have history. So I don't know exactly what that history is and whatnot. I'm sure I might go back and figure it out later. But, like, I get it. There's a way to do this content aware. And I feel like, yes, is what they have there better than nothing? Absolutely. But I kind of wish they had gone that extra little step. Not for me, like, I don't even know why I have content aware on. Honestly, I just kind of put it on and just kind of was like, oh, okay, let's just leave it. But for people who that does matter to, I'm sure that is very important. And yeah, the game, I'm not the only one who's had these sort of complaints. Anything else? Speaking of Arma real quick, I thought they were setting up, because fire alarms have their little beeps when they need to change the battery. When I first met Arma, she's doing the beeps. And I was like, oh, she's got Tourette's. She's got the beeps are her, ticks. No, they are ticks, but they're from stress. And once you tell her to relax and go take some time off, they go away. I was kind of disappointed. I actually thought it was, if they were doing Tourette's, I kind of found that more interesting. So I did that, but I still did like Arma. I mentioned last time I was friends with Luna, the Xbox. As it turns, I talked to her again. As it turns out, Luna is stuck in a time loop. And that basically every time you talk to her, you repeat the same loop, but you have information from the previous loop, so you can do things a little differently. I had no idea about that. I think that's really neat. I guess her name's not even Luna. I guess it's like Connie or something. But I really like that idea of like a time loop dateable. I'm sure that's been done before, but I think that's good. Anybody else I wanted to talk about? Oh, Betty... Nightmare... I haven't met Doug yet. I know Doug is the one voiced by Sungwon, and I have not found Doug yet. I don't know what I need to do for that one, but like I know they're in the game somewheres. I know they're like Existential Dread or whatever. I just haven't gotten that far. Anyone else? Oh, I met the Safe. You know what I did like about the Safe? Same thing with Cherami. Is both of them deal with consent. Like, you meet the Safe, she's a dominatrix. And then she's like, hey, next time you talk to me, I'll make you sign a contract, you worm. Because, well, I don't know anything about BDSM. Other than the fact that consent is very important. That's what E.L. James, the person who did 50 Shades of Grey, that's what they got. Like, they get a lot of stuff wrong, but arguably the biggest one is all the consent stuff. And no, consent is very important, and I like that the second meeting with Sophie, I think their name is all about you giving them consent and setting up boundaries and whatnot. I really like that. I think that was a really good moment. So yeah, that was that one. And yeah, anything else? The dishwasher is weird. You know, he's like a living, like, dishwasher. That's kind of freaky. The sink being a conspiracy theorist is weird. But his dog is so cute. The little soap dog, the soap hound, is adorable. I haven't met I know there's a Dust Bunny girl, and I have not met her yet. The window seal reminds me of my aunt, so I'm like, no, go there. Oh, it's kind of weird. I don't hate I feel like I've heard a lot of people hate the clock. Timothy, nah, that one doesn't bother me. To be fair, I'm not going on my way to really talk to them, but I don't find him as annoying as, like, Lux. Lux, I find super fucking annoying. So, what we're going to do right now, I'm going to continue talking about Date Everything for like another minute or two. We're going to finish off this raid. We're going to finish off this raid. I'm going to pause the stream for a second. I'm going to transfer my save file from the Switch over to the Switch 2. I'm going to go get some more water while it's doing all the transferring and whatnot. We'll come back in the Switch 2 version of the game. And we'll boot it up and we'll go do some random shiny hunt or whatever. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But that's the plan. So we're going to wipe out these Venonats real quick. I guess let's talk about Game Changer. So, we got a new episode of Game Changer called Rulette. At first, I was kind of worried. I had heard Samurai should, like, preview the episode with a tweet that, well, this is not, like, the most, like, psychological experiment-y episode. This is one of the funniest episodes they'd ever done. And starting the episode off, I was a little bit worried. So, the game is that they're doing, like, a Price is Right wheel, where they're spinning this wheel, and it adds, whenever they land on rule, they get a rule. So, like, one of the rules is no swearing. Another rule is always shows teeth. Another rule is doing a Christopher Walken accent, doing a Robert De Niro accent, wearing a big cowboy hat. So it's a bunch of rules that they have to follow. If they call somebody else on breaking the rule, they can steal a point and give that player one of their rules. There are modifiers that they can flip a rule, because each rule has like a front and the back. They can swap rules. You know, there's a bunch of different stuff. And then there are prompts, little challenges they have to complete. And at first I was kind of worried with the episode, because it starts off with a lot of rules. They get rule like the first 9 spins of the game. If I would do this episode again, or spin this episode off into its own show, the one change I would make is every 3 spins, there's a prompt. I feel like I like the rules, and they do a lot with them. I feel like they got a lot out of it, but I wish there was more prompts. I wish there was more scenarios to put them in to try to get them to break rules. That'd be the one change I would make. But I still think it's a very good, very funny episode. The one thing an idea I had, so at the start of the game, Sam puts on a rule on his jacket that says host of the game. And one of my immediate thoughts was, oh, could somebody else steal that? And sure enough, later in the episode, was it Jeremy? It was Oscar Montoya, and I'm trying to think of who the other 2 were. Oscar Montoya, Anna and Jeremy. Okay. Jeremy gets a swap. And when he gets the swap, he asks Sam, can I swap for your host of the game? And yeah, they let him do it. And I'm so glad they did. I'm so glad they do that. And it happens at because, you always wonder what the loop-de-loop is going to be. Jeremy becoming host of the game while still having to do all of his prompts. Sam becomes a player and gets the prompt to be sexy. Very funny. I think this is the first ever episode where Sam is a player and has to win the game. Because eventually, through some rules shenanigans, Jeremy, Oscar, and Anna are all the hosts. And they team up against Sam, and it's funny. Turning the tables on him. It's one of those things that could have easily gone out of control. And it kind of does, but it does in a very funny way. Jeremy and Paul are very funny. Especially once he becomes host. That little turn is so good. I think it's a fantastic episode. I know I just spoiled it. There's so many little bits and whatnot that I didn't spoil. I highly recommend it. It's a really good, really funny episode. Yeah, I definitely recommend Roulette. When people say it's the funniest episode of Game Changer, I kind of agree. I don't know if I'd say it's the funniest, but it is one of the funnier episodes. It's just a really good, really solid, really fun episode. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Yeah, Roulette. What a good name as well. Alright, let's show off what we've gotten so far. So yeah, this was all about bugs and spiders. Fuck it, let's evolve them real quick. I was like, they're all bug Pokemon. They all evolve at a low level. So, I actually have 3 of these tarantulas now. Tarantula. I now have 3 of these guys. 1 Spidops and 2 of the tarantulas. Because while we were trying to complete our decks way back in the day, I actually got one of these guys. The other 2, though, or the other 4, I guess, I don't have. Even though I like Venomoth. I do. Ever since Twitch Plays Pokemon with ATV. Ooh, I like that. I like that purple. That's a good purple. And then I want to say Venomoth is just more blue. Yeah, because it's got the little blue eyes. I can't believe we found that one immediately. That's like the second time that happened, because I think that happened when we did Raichu. Was we found it immediately, like the second one. Yeah, fuck it. Alright, let's look at all of our babies. So I'm gonna BRB real quick. I'm gonna, you know, put everything in boxes, whatnot. Boot up. We're gonna transfer my save file from Switch 1 over to Switch 2. And then we'll boot up this thing in Switch 2. And yeah, we should be all good. So, but hey, look at that. That's our, we've already got 6 today. So I will take that win. I don't think we'll do the event today, but, you know, we'll see what else we can find just kind of laying around the map. So, I'm also going to go grab some water, obviously, because I do need a drink. It has been a day and a half. Alright, I'm putting everything in the PC. All right, give me a few minutes. Let me just give me a few minutes, and then we'll jump back into it. Alright. We should be back. Yes, we should be back. We're on the Switch 2 now. I did already boot up the game. I messed around, made sure, because there's been reports of people losing Pokemon. So, of course, I was like, oh, fuck. I was worried about that. We didn't lose anything. I even switched up the team. I grabbed, Luna and Elric and Zella. I put what's-his-face back in the box. And I looked around. There's a Bellybolt raid. And I was like, yeah, sure, let's go after Bellybolt. So we'll do that down here. I guess, supposedly, Shining Hunting is a lot easier on the Switch 2. Allegedly, now, whereas in normal Scarlet and Violet, 15, the max you could get was 15 or 16 in a raid, right? Or in the outbreaks, I guess. Now, I guess the number's up to 30. They've basically doubled the amount of Pokemon that can spawn, so a raid can spawn from 30, which, in theory, 30 Pokemon per thing, that increases the likelihood a lot. Of course, the average is still probably going to be 20 to 25, because even though the max was 15 or 16, the actual amount that usually showed up was 10. Sometimes more, sometimes less. Right now, it's kind of seeming less. We'll see. Yeah, we're on the Switch 2, baby. Oh, that's so exciting. So, I guess let's just continue on, We'll go for a little bit. The raids do change over at midnight. So, that's an hour and a half, so we do kind of have to, be aware of that. But yeah. So let's talk about Ironheart. So, Ironheart is the new Marvel show. It's the last show of Phase 5. Hey, welcome to the Switch 2. Welcome to the Switch 2 version of Pokemon. We just switched everything over. It honestly does feel like it's running a lot better. Playing them back to back, yeah, the Switch 2 version definitely feels a lot smoother. I guess more Pokemon are spawning. I don't know. We're not really seeing that many Bellybolts. Yeah. You pick your Marble League team. you go watch the Thoris Dinosaurus' video on how to pick your team for the 2025 league. I was thinking if we should watch that tonight. Because we're going to watch the qualifiers. And I was like, oh, should we watch the video on how to decide your team? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. We'll see how much longer we're going to go. What was I? Oh, yeah. So, Ironheart, the new Marvel show. Depends on how much you want to watch it. If you really want to watch it, if you're oh, I can't wait, I'm so excited, just watch it weekly. If you're nah, I'm in no rush, I can wait, then yeah, wait a few weeks. Then wait until September. It's entirely up to you. I personally can wait, so I'll probably wait until September. But, you do you. Maybe if you do watch it and you enjoy it, you tell me, oh, it's so good you need to watch it, maybe I will watch it weekly. I don't know, we'll just... My problem is, I like the dub. Because I like, Amelie is the voice actress for, Marin. And I do like Amelie. I think she's a pretty decent voice actress. So, yeah. I probably... That's another thing, is I'd probably wait for the dub. But that's just me. That's totally just a me thing. So the show... Oh. Watch it first. Yeah, you can do that. Totally. Because I like dubbed. Because I think a lot of people's complaints about dubs are, overblown. I don't think dubbed voice acting is as bad as people make it out to. And I like some of the voice actors and actresses. There are some really good voice actors and actresses out there. Trust me, I've been hearing them all over Date Everything. That game is fully voice acted, man, and man, they got a lot of heavy hitters. Oh, I finally found Brennan. I knew Matt Mercer was in the game, but I finally found Brennan. And he, even though I am a board game guy, he annoys the crap out of me. Not in like a bad way, but you know what I mean. Okay, I keep getting sidetracked here. Not that I really mind that, but yeah. Me and my friends watch dubbed. He told him he watched dubs because he thinks it. Yeah, I get that. I do. So I watched Ironheart. So as of this moment, the entire show Ironheart is out. All 6 episodes. I have only watched 3 of them. I only watched the first 3 episodes. It was all I had time for. By next week, I will have hopefully seen the next 3. I make no promises, obviously. I will say, based off that, I am enjoying it more than some of the other Marvel shows. Because I never got past, like, the 2nd episode of Echo. I never got past the 1st episode of Agatha All Along. The fact that I've already halfway through it is at least a good enough sign that there's something here I'm enjoying. So, if you don't know, Ironheart it's not Iron Man. It's not like, oh, I'm the next generational Iron Man. That's not what the show's trying to do. It's about Riri Williams. And I've already seen people, of course, you know, the racists, the sexists, the homophobics have all come out of the woodwork to shit on this show. That, oh, I can't believe she's being the next Iron Man. Oh, in the first episode, this woman says, what would Iron Man be if he wasn't a billionaire? And here's the thing. I get why people... Okay, I get the idea that the entire plot of Iron Man 3 is that even without all of his suits, Tony Stark is still Iron Man. I understand it. That's the point of that movie. However, Riri Williams doesn't know that. A character within the universe would not know that the central theme of that movie. Because guess what? They don't know that story. Because that's fucking Iron Man 3. A movie we watched that they would have no reason to be aware of. So fuck off with that. I've also seen people bringing up, oh, he built it in a cave with a box of scraps. Yeah, okay. Guess what? They were all scraps from, like, super powerful weapons that he himself created. It's not just a, like, listen, the box of scraps quote is funny, but it should not be taken seriously. I think that's kind of dumb, because I think Riri Williams' point in the first episode, within the first, like, 2 minutes of the episode, is that Tony Stark was able to do a lot of what he did because he never had to worry about funding. In fact, you know, he's funding her projects because of the September grant from the start of Civil War. She's at MIT. That's the school Tony Stark funded. Literally, the guy who talks to Tony Stark in that is in the first episode of the show. The point is that, yes, Tony Stark would still be Iron Man without the money. But because of his money, that allowed him the flexibility to experiment, develop 40, 50 plus suits, you know, because of his generational wealth. Again, his father was also stupid rich. He was able to afford to go to the best schools, have the best equipment, the best teachers. That all comes from his wealth. Could Tony Stark still be Tony Stark without the money? Yes. But that's not what the point the episode is making. That, yes, he could be without the money, but having the money makes it so much fucking easier. So I just had to get that, because this has been driving me crazy all week. People have been interpreting this line so poorly. Marvel episodes are always like an hour long, and I'm watching a movie. I like to binge watch, but I can't binge watch an hour-long episode. See, I basically agree. But, you know, if something's really good, like, you'll make the time for it. Not saying this show is really good. I mean, if it was really good, I would have finished it. But I'm still enjoying it well enough. I don't know. There's There's a Reddit post that I really like, where the woman doesn't like movies, but she likes to binge TV shows. She can't sit down for a 2-hour movie, but she could binge an entire season of Breaking Bad in a single night. So the boyfriend has the idea of, oh, I know she likes like Star Trek, so I bet she'd like Back to the Future. What if I made Back to the Future into, like, re-edited the movies like a TV show? I bet she'd love it. And that's what he does, and guess what? She loves it. So, you know, everyone consumes content in their own way. Not the asshole, you know. So, Ironheart starts off with Riri being kicked out of MIT. Because, you know, she's been hustling for money. She gets kicked out of MIT, and so she flies home to Chicago. We find out about her tragic backstory. Like 20... Yeah, I get that. We find her tragic backstory is that her best friend and stepdad were killed in a drive-by shooting. And she survived, and she's got, you know, PTSD from it. And she wants to build the... And there's definitely the reason why she wants to build an Iron Man suit. She says she wants to do it because, you know, somebody bet she couldn't. I know, so far, they haven't said that, no, she wants to do it for, like, protection and whatnot. But I'm sure we'll get there eventually. Like, that hasn't happened yet, but I'm sure it will. So she's got a prototype Iron Man suit. Because, you know, her last one was kept by the Wakandans. So she's trying to build a new one. She's got a pretty decent one, but it's kind of falling apart, so she needs parts, she needs supplies, she needs money. So she ends up getting involved with a criminal organization, specifically led by the Hood. The Hood is played by one of the guys from Hamilton, the guy who plays, I want to say it's the guy who plays Lafayette. He's really good in the show, by the way. He's like, the Red Hood that he has is like a demon, and it's like slowly like taking over his body, and it gives him like, he can like turn invisible, he can curve bullets, you know, it's magic. And I think he's doing a really good job. But she gets involved, she actually becomes a criminal. Like, they're not like, oh, we're just gonna do Iron Man again. No, Riri's actually not a good person. She's kind of a villain. And I know for some people that's going to be a turnoff, but I actually find it very interesting. Like, she's working for this criminal organization. She's got this, you know, she comes in and she's like, yeah, I'll help you with your jobs, but I refuse to kill anybody. And of course, eventually she's going to have to kill somebody. Or, you know, do something along that lines. You know, people are going to get hurt. People are going to die. Where does she draw that line? What's the moral dilemma? It's all really interesting. So she gets involved with this group. They give her some money. She fixes up her suit, gets it working. And then she needs to make an AI for it. So she makes a scan of her brain. But while she's scanning her brain, she's listening to like a mixtape from one of her friends that has a voice recording of Natalie, her dead best friend. And because of these circumstances, the AI looks and talks exactly like Natalie. Basically, it's all of her memories of Natalie have been personified into this AI. And sure, is that very like Black Mirror-ish, that she's basically brought her best friend back from the dead, but as, you know, an AI that who, you know, doesn't realize they're not Natalie and just an AI. Like, because Natalie thinks she knows she's an AI, but she literally thinks she's just a digitized version of Natalie when she's just a scan of Riri's brain and her memories. Either way, it's really interesting. Especially in the second episode, when the mom finds out and asks Riri, like, hey, can you make a dead one? Can you make an AI of your dead stepfather? That's so fucking Black Mirror. But I think it's very interesting. Because I have read a little bit of Riri Williams' comic, way back when it first came out. And when it first came out, her AI was Tony Stark. Like, Tony Stark was the AI in her first suit. Because, you know, at the time in the comics, Tony Stark was dead, in a coma, dead in a coma. It's complicated, and I really don't remember how they resolved it. He got better, you know, it's comic books. But instead, making it Natalie, I think, is so much more interesting. I really like the dilemma it creates. At the end of the second episode, someone confronts them with a gun, and the AI freezes. Like, our character, our Riri, has PTSD. And, like, they go back to the garage in the third episode, and she, like, freezes up and relives the events of the drive-by. And, again, while she's scanning her brain earlier, she does it as well. But I like that the AI also freezes up. That when she has the gun pulled up against her, no, she full-on panics and freezes. That's really good. That's really interesting. I like Natalie. I like their dynamic a lot. Really interesting, really good. I like the heist crew. They're a lot of fun. You know, you've got the two bruisers. You've got the Tex expert. They have a fucking... Oh, God. Fucking... Why am I forgetting his name? Not Nathan Fielder. He's Stu. They call him Rampage. His hacker name is Rampage. It's, Eric Andre? Is it Eric Andre? Sounds correct. Yeah, Eric Andre's in the first episode. He dies later on. But I liked that. So yeah, I like the crew. They all work interesting. Their first job, basically because there's this whole social commentary, because the whole tunnel thing in the second episode, where it's like the underground Chicago, there's like a bunch of tunnels for rich people to avoid traffic. That's something real that Elon Musk both tried to do and is currently trying to do. Like, that didn't just come out of nowhere. They're very specifically making fun of Elon Musk. I like that in the second episode. I like that the complication of the heist in the third episode is, they can't bring any, like, metal, like, unidentified metals. Everything has to be, like, super basic, or else it'll set off the metal detectors. I think that's really neat. So I like that. That, you know, makes complications. She gets this, like, fake skin that allows her to hide, like, a laser cutter. That, oh my God. The end of the third episode, when everything falls apart, I think is really good. You know, she fights the one guy, loses the skin, he gets locked in the room. Yes, I have, and we'll talk about it here in a little bit. It's okay. It's okay. But, to be fair, I'm not a big Jurassic Park fan, so that might be part of it. But, so she loses the fake skin, she leaves this guy in the room to die. And it's actually, like, crazy, because, you know, she has the chance that he's figured out her secret. He knows that she's trying to figure out what the Red Hood is. And so, the whole mission failed because of her. And then she can't she can't leave any loose ends. So she just lets this guy die. Like, it's a real villain moment. But that's kind of Riri's thing in this show. She's not exactly a good person. And I know some people will look at it and be like, oh, this is a show about a superhero. She's supposed to be a good person. How dare you make her bad, Marvel? When no, I think that's what makes things so interesting. Is that, no, she wants to, she has a talk with the Hood earlier on, where she's like, I'm not a villain, I'm just doing 2 or 3 jobs for you, and then I'm gonna move on, I want to make something iconic. Anti-heroes are... I wouldn't go that far. I personally do like a good hero, And I'd argue some of the stuff she does, leaving this guy to die, is not a very anti-hero move. It's straight up like villain shit. You know, she does something bad to serve her own purposes. It's kind of straight up villain shit. But I think it's interesting. And I guess the show continues like that. Like, she's gonna get worse before she gets better, which I think is because some major elements of the show has already been spoiled for me because Twitter won't shut the fuck up. And God, I'm so worried next week for Superman, because I know, you know, between the Snyderverse assholes and just Twitter being Twitter, something's gonna get spoiled. Probably, but God, I'm excited. I tried to get into an early screening of Superman. They're doing early screenings on the 8th, and I tried to get into an early screening, and I probably could have if I had, you know, worked a little harder, but yeah. See, here's the thing. There are only 2 reasons I still use Twitter. One, it has a bookmark section. For the making of this show, all the news stories I talk about are all saved on Twitter bookmarks. Like Wario64 or Stealth tweets out something, and I bookmark it. And then I add it to my notes later on. If Blue Sky added a bookmark function, I'd probably get rid of Twitter. That, and there are a bunch of artists I follow have moved over to Blue Sky. A bunch of them haven't. It's like a 50-50 split. And if just a few more of the artists I really liked moved over to Blue Sky, I'd abandon Twitter forever. But just because of those 2 reasons are the only reason I haven't given up on Twitter. Yeah, I know. And I probably won't. I'll probably stop using Twitter on, like, the 8th. But art artists, you know, people who do drawings and fandom shit. Yeah. That's probably those types. Are there any musicians? Not that I can think of. Well, because that's when the review embargo breaks. The review embargo for Superman breaks on the 8th. And then the movie officially comes out on the 11th. And while I tried to get into an early screening on the 8th, the theaters was sold out, and it was all... They were only doing one screening here at one specific theater, like an hour away, and I was just like, it's not worth it. Plus, it was like 99% packed, and I'd have to sit in, like, the first row. And I'm like, no, if I'm seeing this, I want to enjoy it. Yeah. I'm going to the Alamo. I'm going to have a nice meal. You know, I'm going to savor this Superman experience. I'm so excited. Yeah. But yeah, no, Ironheart, 3 episodes in, I've been enjoying it. I'm not going to act like it's the best MCU show. I'm not going to act like it's the worst MCU show. You know, fandom discourse fucking sucks nowadays. Like, I saw someone bring up a list of, like, the top 20 worst episodes of TV shows according to IMDb. And, like, half of that list is She-Hulk and The Acolyte. I've seen She-Hulk. I haven't seen The Acolyte. But I'm going to tell you, I have seen some fucking awful TV shows. Not a chance in hell. I don't care how bad The Acolyte is. There's no way it needs like 10 of the top 20 spots for the worst TV show of all time. I've seen She-Hulk. I'm not going to act like She-Hulk is perfect, but it doesn't deserve any of the spots in the bottom 20 TV show episodes of all time. That's just fandom bullshit, racism, sexism. That's all that shit. Now, stuff that does... the finale for Game of Thrones, the finale for Dexter, the finale for Lost isn't even on the list. And Lost fucking sucked. Oh my god. maybe not it might not be the final episode, but one of those Lost was awful. That show got glazed a lot when it was coming out. And hindsight, that show fucking sucks. And we need to stop pretending it's good. And that it meant anything. See, here's the thing. I hesitantly disagree. I'm not going to act like everything's great. Because if everything was good, I definitely would have finished Echo. I definitely would have finished Agatha all along. So I'm not going to pretend like everything's good. But there is some good Marvel out there. You know, the most recent 2 Marvel movies, Captain America and Thunderbolts, I both enjoyed. Admittedly, Thunderbolts was much better than Captain America, but I had a good time with Captain America, and Thunderbolts was fantastic. TV show, I feel the problem is they stretch themselves too thin. Too many movies, too many TV shows, too many of both. Now that they're kind of, you know, taking a step back, you know, they're going to be doing less stuff. You're going to be doing less to, like, try to connect everything together. I feel like hopefully things will get better. I'm excited for that new Fantastic Four. I am. Not as much as I am for Superman, but I am definitely excited. Okay, so we're not finding any belly bolts. So I had the idea, or I'm thinking, what if we make an electric raid, or not raid power, encounter power? What if we make an electric encounter power sandwich? Because I don't know if it's because we're next to the river or what. We should be getting like at least 15 to 20 belly bolts spawning. And yet I think the max we've had so far is like 8. So we need something. So I'm thinking we're going to make, yeah, this sandwich right here. I think we're going to make a sandwich and maybe that helps. No. But yeah, overall, I will finish Ironheart. I don't know if I'll do it this week. I don't know if I'll do it later. But I do definitely plan on finishing Ironheart. I've enjoyed it well enough, you know. I'm definitely curious to see where it's ending. Because, yeah, I feel like the 3rd episode ends on a very interesting note. Like, shit's gone wrong. And I kind of want to see where it's going to go from here. So I'm invested enough. So now let's go from talking about a... Yeah, exactly. There's only 6 episodes. I mean, I might as well. So let's go about talking about an okay TV show. Let's talk about some shitty movies. So while I am very excited for the next Superman movie that comes out in less than a week, I have been watching the old Superman movies. You know, because of Kinda Funny, they've been doing Superman in review. And after watching them talk about some of these old movies, 3 weeks ago, we talked about Superman 1978. 2 or 3 weeks ago, we talked about Superman 2. I had said, after we watched those 2 movies, I had said I had no intentions to watch Superman 3 or 4. I had never seen Superman 3, and I had seen Superman 4, but Superman 4 is like one of those famously bad movies. Superman 4 is a famously awful movie. So I was like, I don't need to watch those again. You know, I'll just watch Superman 1 and 2, the good ones. And that was my plan. Okay, I had no intention of watching 3 or 4. However, we're currently streaming on a Saturday. Normally I do this show on a Friday. But the reason I didn't do this yesterday was because of 4th of July. Because of fireworks. Right? I live in one of those places where fireworks start like early June, go through the entire month. People go crazy on 4th of July. And then they continue throughout the rest of the month. Like, I've heard a few fireworks tonight already. But last night, if I had streamed, you would have just heard fireworks in the background all night long. It would have been awful. And it was just something I had completely forgot to mention it last week. But yeah, I wasn't going to stream last week. The firework noise, it would have sucked. So instead of streaming, I watched Superman 2. And then after doing Superman 3, I watched Superman 3, and I was like, you know what? Fuck it. Let's do Superman 4. So I watched 4, and if I'm being honest, they both suck. Superman 3 from 1983 and Superman 4 from 1987 are both terrible features. The noise suppression does suppress fireworks, but when there are so many of them going off so frequently, it's kind of like there's only so much you can do. There's only so much you can do, and at least that's my experience in the past. It might have been fine, but I wasn't going to risk it. So let's talk Superman 3 first. So I had never seen Superman 3 before. The only thing I knew about this movie was that it was all about Richard Pryor. The comedian Richard Pryor, big fan of Superman, and they basically made him the co-lead of the movie. He was basically the second main character. And that kind of sucked. That kind of ruined the movie, for lack of a better word. So I'd never heard good things about this, but so I'd never seen it. Like Superman 4 I had seen, but that's because of, people like the Nostalgia Critic, who, talked about he's not the only one, but he's the primary example, where it's like, oh yeah, this is a legendarily bad movie. Well, hey, me and my friends used to like the Nostalgia Critic. Let's watch some of the bad movies he used to watch. And so, yeah, we watched Superman 4 back in the day. This one, just completely avoided. And, can I be honest? This movie sucks. I did not have a good time with this movie. I did not find Richard Pryor funny. I'm not saying Richard Pryor isn't funny. I think he can be funny. I just did not find him funny in this movie. I say that. I actually think this movie started off decent enough. The movie actually in the first, 15, 20 minutes got a few laughs out of me. Not because what the movie did was funny. None of the jokes were funny, but the movie was so stupid and so ridiculous. I was actually having a decent time. One of the opening things that happens in the movie is there's, this chemical fire that Superman goes to stop, but because they're all out of water, he flies to a nearby lake, freezes the lake over with his freeze breath, lifts it up, flies it over to the chemical fire, and then drops the frozen lake on top of the chemical fire, where it falls apart and turns into rain. Fucking ridiculous. But I'll be honest, I thought it was very funny. And there's a lot of shit like that early in the movie, where I was like, this is so dumb, this is so ridiculous. The opening scene is this Rube Goldberg machine of people getting hurt. This guy falls in a hole, another guy walks on top of his head, and then, because he's a blind guy, his guide dog ran off, runs into the street, a car swerves to avoid it, runs into a fire hydrant, the guy starts drowning because the car starts flooding. Superman gets changed in a picture booth? A photo booth. But the photo, it's taking pictures as he's changing, so he pulls it out, takes it from the kid, rips off the bottom one, which is just him, gives it to the kid, and keeps the rest to keep his secret identity. I'll be honest, I found that very charming. I think that little opening scene, that little photo booth scene was actually really charming. There's some little moments early on in the movie that I think start off very strong. I mean, I'm not going to say it's amazing. Again, this is Superman 1983. I'm not going to say it's anything amazing or beautiful or anything like that. But I was having an okay time at how ridiculous everything was. But then after that, this movie is bad. But even worse than being bad, I think this movie's biggest sin is that it's boring. I was so bored in this movie. Like, oh, Superman goes to his high school reunion. And hey, look, there's Lana Lang. And Lana has a son. And her jerky ex-husband is there. And hey, they're gonna go bowling. And Superman's gonna use his super breath to help this kid get a strike. It's fucking boring. And then the Richard Pryor stuff, like, he's working for a company. And basically, when people get the paychecks at this company, you know, the company's gone completely digital. Everything's on computers. And he realizes that a lot of employees make like a half cent, so he makes the computer pay him everyone's like half cent and quarter cent. And because it's everybody, he ends up getting like $86,000, which gets him in trouble with the boss. But then the boss realizes, like, oh, hey, wait, you're really good at computers, Richard Pryor. Why don't I use you to hack a weather machine satellite and destroy all the coffee beans in Colombia? Because guess what? I've bought every other coffee bean on the planet. So if I've bought them all up and you destroy all the coffee beans in Colombia, the one place I don't own them, then I can have all the coffee beans in the world. I actually... Was it 1984? That's the live action, the second Gal Gadot movie. I hate that movie. That movie may be worse than the one I'm talking about right now. If that's the one I'm thinking of, and if we're thinking about the same... If I'm thinking about... I thought it was 1987. Whatever, the second Gal Gadot Wonder Woman movie is awful. I hate that movie so much. Ooh, hot take. But, so the Richard Pryor stuff isn't funny. He hacks the computer, and it's like a weather satellite. I just found it boring. At a certain point, in both these movies, at a certain point, I paused them, because I was... Yeah, no, I don't like that movie. I don't. I think that movie's awful. At a certain point in these Superman movies, I paused them because I was bored. When I paused Superman 3, I still had like an hour left. And I was like, oh shit. I still have an hour in this movie. Oh no. Oh no. But I kept going. Why is it awful? Gal Gadot is an awful actress. She can't act worth shit. The writing is awful. The whole Maxwell Lord shit is bullshit. The movie was clearly supposed to end with her killing Maxwell Lord like she does in the comics, but because of the stupid Justice League timeline, she can't kill him, so instead, she has to make everyone give up their wishes. And oh, they're all gonna give up their wishes. And then they bring Steve Trevor back, but she's raping a guy, basically. Like, it's rape. It's poorly written. The acting is awful. Like, Pedro Pascal's in it, and it's maybe his worst performance in any movie, which sucks because he's a great actor. It's just a mess. It's a mess of a movie. The other Wonder Woman movie with Gal Gadot, the first one, I stand by, is fantastic. I love that movie. But the second one is just a fucking mess. It's a shit show. But yeah, potentially worse than because at least with this 1983 Superman movie, I give it a little slack because it came out in 1983 and was Superman 3, whereas that Wonder Woman's only like 5 years old. I don't know, Superman 3 is probably worse. I don't know, it was so... Superman 3 was so boring. So I was like, oh shit, I've still got an hour left in this movie. Now, after that, basically, Richard Pryor for his bosses, who is... His boss isn't Lex Luthor, but clearly it should be... it's Lex Luthor in everything but name. Admittedly, it's nothing like Gene Hackman, but, you know... it's another business guy. And basically, they create kryptonite. Now, if this was a comic, this would be red kryptonite. But because these movies don't give a shit about Superman lore, it's just green kryptonite. And for some reason, the green kryptonite, the one kind of funny thing, one of the funny, interesting things this movie does is that Richard Pryor gives Superman this green kryptonite that should have been red kryptonite, and it turns Superman evil. So Superman becomes evil. He, yeah, I'm not gonna fight you on that one. Especially the second one. The second one sucks. But, so Superman becomes evil. Okay, you've got an evil Superman. What's he gonna do? Is he gonna take over the world? Is he gonna kill the president? Is he gonna, start a war, use a nuclear bomb, kill Lex Luthor? The two things they have evil Superman do in this movie is he straightens out the Leaning Tower of Pisa and he blows out the Olympic torch. When given an evil Superman, the writers, the directors, that's what they thought of. Oh, evil Superman, he's gonna straighten out the Leaning Tower of Pisa. That's the most evil thing in the world. Fucking ridiculous. But I thought it was really funny. Again, I wasn't laughing with the movie. I was definitely laughing at the movie. But I thought that was so funny. That's the two evil things evil Superman does. He also, he saves this woman. He destroys an oil tank. Because after the whole coffee bean thing, the villain's plan is to steal all the oil in the world. And meanwhile, Superman starts drinking whiskey. The evil businessman has, this blonde bombshell secretary. And Superman sleeps with her. He saves her from the Statue of Liberty, goes and destroys an oil tanker, and then as a reward she sleeps with him, which was just very weird. But again, I couldn't help myself from laughing at it because of how fucking ridiculous it was. And then the next day, after Superman's turned good again, she's really offended that Superman forgets about her because he forgets about everything he does while he's evil. So yeah, it's a fucking mess. Eventually, Christopher Reeves, even in this awful movie, acts his heart out. You get an actually decent moment where evil Superman fights Clark Kent. And, the two go at it. Evil Superman tries to kill Clark Kent multiple times. Is it the real Clark Kent? Is it some, have they, split into two people? Is it a figment of his imagination? I have no idea. I don't really care. It was an okay scene. They're in a junkyard, and evil Superman tries to crush Clark Kent in, a trash compactor, tries to drop a magnet on him. But in the end, Clark Kent literally murders Superman. He chokes him to death. It's a wild scene. And then after he's killed him, the evil Superman just kind of disappears, just leaving Clark Kent behind. Clark goes. I remember once my aunt told me that she doesn't like Batman v Superman because it's two heroes fighting each other. That's what makes it. I have many problems with BVS. Batman fighting Superman is not really one of them, especially because I actually defend the Martha scene. Not hard. I'm not a huge defender of it, but I have defended it in the past. But yeah, afterwards, I guess at some point, according to Greg Miller and Nick Scarpino, at one point this movie had Brainiac in it, and the end of the movie, the villains have created this supercomputer, and the supercomputer is gonna kill Superman. And I actually really Richard Pryor is the villain tells him, whose name I don't remember, is oh, hey, Richard Pryor, you're gonna go down in history as the man who killed Superman. And he's no, I don't want that. Even though he's been the villain for the entire rest of the movie. At the last minute, you know, as Superman is dying, he's like, I don't want to be the man who killed Superman. So he, you know, stops the machine. The machine comes to life and turns a girl into a robot. And one of maybe the only cool effects in the movie, this woman gets, like, covered in, like, robot parts, and then Clark Kent immediately, like, kills her. Or I guess it's Superman by that point. Because I don't think you see her again. After she gets turned into a robot, you don't see her again for the rest of the movie. She's just gone after, like, Clark defeats her. Eventually, you know, he's able to destroy the supercomputer with Richard Pryor's help. The other two evil people get sent to jail, but because Richard Pryor helped out at the last minute, oh, it's okay. You know, he gets let free, and he ends up working at a coal mine for some weird fucking reason. Like, it ends on Richard Pryor's ending of the movie is like a really weird note. And then, of course, they have to end with one final scene. And what is it? It's Superman, now good again, goes back and leans the Leaning Tower of Pisa. So fucking stupid. This movie is not good. Superman 3 is not a good movie. But its biggest sin is that it was just boring. I was so bored. Sure, it had its ridiculous moments. Sure, did I get a few laughs out of it because it was so stupid? Yes. But it was just so fucking boring. I was so ready to be done with it. Superman 4, on the other hand. So Superman 4, to make a long story short, you know, Christopher Reeves wanted to quit the movies. He didn't want to do a fourth one. But Cannon Group, the people who, you know, made the movie, an Israeli company, as I learned, basically they told him, hey, you can write the movie, or you can have a part in writing it if you come back. So he came back. He convinced Gene Hackman to come back as Lex Luthor, because, you know, they knew this was going to be the final one. And yeah, it's Superman 4, The Quest for Peace, is historically bad because it's all about Superman dealing with the nuclear arms race. That Superman's going to come in and end the nuclear arms race and take away all of our nuclear weapons. And this movie is bad. It is probably worse than the third one. But I wasn't nearly as bored with this one. I actually think I enjoyed Superman 4 more than I did Superman 3. Because Superman 3 was bad and boring. Superman 4 was bad and only a little boring. But it was kinda so bad that I was kinda having a good time. Not always, mind you. Some scenes were ridiculous. Like, there's a whole dinner party scene where, you know, Clark Kent is on a double date with Mariel Hemingway and Lois Lane. And it's just so fucking stupid. And I don't know why that's in the movie. That was ridiculous. But some of it is just so dumb that I couldn't help but have a good time. Like, yeah, is this a so bad it's good movie? I wouldn't go that far, but at least it wasn't boring. Because when I paused Superman 3, it was like, oh fuck, I've still got an hour left in this movie. When I paused this one, because I was a little bored, I only had 20 minutes left. Because that's the other thing. Most of these Superman movies are over 2 hours long. I want to say Superman 1978 was like 2 hours and 40 minutes. Some of these movies are very long. Superman 4, meanwhile, an hour 30. It went a lot quicker than all the other ones. It went so much quicker than Superman 3. And because of that, yeah, no, I probably had a better time with Superman 4. It was, the basic premise is, hey, we're going to reuse plot details from the previous one. Superman, you know, he's, you know, nuclear arms are threatening to destroy the world. You know, this was at a time when the USSR still existed. Nuclear annihilation weighed over our head like a sword of Damocles at all times. And Superman's like, oh, well, I have to interfere. I don't want this planet to end up like Krypton, you know, destroying themselves. So he goes to the UN, tells the people of the UN, I've made the decision to become a dictator and take away all your nuclear weapons. And what does he get? How does democracy die? To glorious applause. This isn't the evil Superman. This is just plain old Superman deciding to take away everyone's nuclear weapons, and everyone just agrees with him. Yeah, it's fucking dumb, but man, did I get a good laugh out of it. Meanwhile, Gene Hackman's back as Lex Luthor, and again, he's not taking this seriously, but man, do I prefer Gene Hackman's Lex Luthor over what's his name from this third one. He puts way more effort into this. When you first meet the Nuclear Man, because Lex Luthor's whole plot is that him and his nephew Lenny, who is played by John Cryer, so I used to watch 2.5 Men. I was a fan of 2.5 Men, specifically, you know, back when John Cryer and Charlie Sheen were on it. I could give less of a shit after Ashton Kutcher came in. But I used to watch that show. I had completely forgot John Cryer was in this movie, especially because John Cryer later went on to play Lex Luthor. So him being Lenny here, I was like, oh, that's kind of neat. You know, I like when they do shit like that. Like, yeah. So I was like, oh, that's real. Alan from 2.5 Men is Lenny Luthor. And I know he's ducky and pretty and pink. Yes, I know that. But he'll always be the Alan from 2.5 Men. And yeah, he played Lex Luthor. So that was cool. Because I have not watched the Arrowverse. But I remember him being in Crisis on Infinite Earths. Because that's like one of the only episodes of the Arrowverse I've seen. Him and the guy who was in Smallville are in that. It was boring. Honestly, when they brought in Ashton Kutcher, they all kind of flanderized themselves. It was less interesting. It wasn't as funny. The kid was too old to be in it at this point. Like, he was clearly done. I guess he's a Jesus nut nowadays. I think that's right. I don't know. Yeah, I completely forgot John Cryer was in this. I honestly don't even remember that. It's been so long. Yeah. Yeah, it's been so long. But yeah, so okay, back on track. Lex Luthor has a plan. He's going to create a clone of Superman. Now, if this was inspired by the comics, they would have made Bizarro Superman. Nope, instead they make Nuclear Man. A man powered by the radiation of the sun. It's so much so that the moment he walks inside of a building, he loses all power and shuts off. But, okay, so there's a really good moment where when Nuclear Man's there, Lex Luthor is like manipulating him to fight Superman. And Superman, you know, they pulled a trick again from the first movie where Lex sends a call that only like dogs and Superman can hear. And so Superman goes over to investigate it after the awful dinner date scene. And Lex Luthor's like, "Hey Superman, it's good to see you again. I know it's been a while, but it's nice to talk to someone on my level. Like Nuclear Man over here, real thick in the head. But you get me, Superman." I actually like that moment. I think Christopher Reeves and Gene Hackman had a really good rapport. They worked off each other really well. Because even if Gene Hackman's Lex Luthor is not comic accurate at all, I still like Gene Hackman. I still think, you know, that's the thing. Throughout all of these movies, the best parts are Christopher Reeves as Superman, Margaret Kidder as Lois Lane, and Gene Hackman as Lex Luthor. even if they're not, you know, super comic accurate or anything, I do really like them. So I actually really like this confrontation between the two of them. I think it worked well enough. You know, it's Superman 4, The Quest for Peace. They're not giving it all their acting chops, but I don't give a shit. What's there is fine for Superman 4, The Quest for Peace. But Superman in, Nuclear Man fight, they go around the world, Nuclear Man destroys something, Superman fixes it. Like, Nuclear Man destroys the Great Wall of China, and then Superman comes in it and uses his rewinding time powers. But this time they're lasers that shoot out of his eyes to fix the Great Wall of China. It's so fucking stupid. Oh god, they redo the memory erasing kiss. Earlier on in the movie, right, Superman wants to get rid of all the nuclear weapons, but he can't decide should he interfere or not. So he reveals his identity to Lois Lane. They redo all the flying scenes from the second movie, or maybe it's the first movie. They redo all the flying scenes, and then after that, he asks Superman asks Lois, like, should I interfere? And she says, like, oh, whatever decision you'll make, it's the right one. I trust you. And then he does the memory erasing kiss again. It's so fucking stupid. Oh my gosh. But so in the fight with Nuclear Man, while saving the Statue of Liberty, Clark gets, like, scratched. And it just makes him, like, sick. And he's, like, dying of radiation poisoning. And you actually get another good... Again, Margaret Kidder is good in this movie. And she comes in and, like, is like, oh, Clark, you're sick. No wonder you haven't shown up for work this week. And they have, like, this really good conversation. Again, it's Superman 4, The Quest for Peace. It's better than it should have been. And it's not that great, but, like, it's Superman 4, The Quest for Peace. So after that, Superman, like, almost dies of radiation poisoning. But he's able to reuse the magic crystal from the first movie for the third time. Because somehow he gets it back from his space. It makes no fucking sense. Whatever. He gets his powers back. He goes and fights Nuclear Man. I actually like that he, like, outsmarted Nuclear Man by, like, trapping him in an elevator. And then he puts it on the moon. Because, like... They show that he can't, like, beat Nuclear Man with raw strength. He's too strong. Instead, he has to outsmart him. I like a Superman that can outsmart a villain. That's why I think Mxyzptlk can be interesting. Because Superman isn't stronger than him, he has to outsmart him. And Superman can do that. So I like that. Of course, does it immediately backfire? Yeah, of course it does. And Nuclear Man gets out. They have a fight on the moon. They go back to Earth. He kidnaps Meredith Hemingway. And then after that, they go off into space again. Superman beats Nuclear Man and then drops him in a nuclear reactor. And I guess the day is solved. Superman goes back to the UN and he gives this speech. And now I remember probably the Nostalgia Critic making fun of this speech because Superman says something along the lines of, like, if the people of Earth really want it hard enough, they will have peace. And I want to say, like, Doug Walker made fun of that and was like, oh, I guess people in, like, Africa who are, starving to death and are dealing with warlords, I guess they just don't want peace enough. People in North Korea, I guess they don't want peace enough. Isn't that right, Superman? Like, I remember the speech being clowned on. Watching it again for the first time in, like, 10, 15 years, I actually kind of like this ending speech. Specifically, the final lines in the speech are Superman saying, like, I wish you could see the world the way I see it. That we're not, countries and nations. We're all just one people on one little blue rock. I wish you could see the world the way I do. And you know what? I think that's kind of beautiful. Sure, can we clown on that one line? Sure. But at the end of the day, no, I kind of like that ending speech. I think that's a good note to end the movie on. And then Superman goes flying away into the, the sunset. And that's Superman 4. And yeah, it's a bad movie. It's a dumb movie. But I liked it more than 3. Because it's a half hour shorter than 3. And I found it less boring. It was so bad that I had an okay time. Would I watch it again? No, of course not. I'd never watch either of these movies again. But I was expecting it to be a lot worse than it is. If I had to rate all... If I had... because I'm inspired by Kinda Funny. If I had to rate all these movies like they do, it'd be Superman 1978, 1. Superman 2, right below that. Then probably Superman 4. I'd probably put Superman 4 third, and then Superman 3. It comes down to what's worse, being a bad movie or being a boring movie. And I think being a boring movie is worse, and that's why I put Superman 3 last. So yeah, that's my thoughts on Superman 3 and 4. Now, I will say, I have never seen Superman Returns, so maybe in a few weeks when Kinda Funny does that, I'll watch that. Because yeah, I've never seen that one. And then, I also am kind of thinking about rewatching Man of Steel, because while Kinda Funny is not doing that, because, they already did that, I haven't seen Man of Steel since, I think the last time I saw it was right before Batman v Superman came out, which was like 2016. So I haven't seen that movie in like 9 years. And while I don't remember liking Batman v Superman, or no, I didn't like Man of Steel, who knows? Maybe my opinions on it will be different this time. Either way, next week is the James Gunn Superman, and I am very excited. I hope it's good. If it's not, it's gonna break my fucking heart. I hope it's good. Like, genuinely good. Like, I liked the 1978 Superman, but when I say I liked it, there's a lot of asterisks. I hope I go into the James Gunn Superman, and I love it. No asterisks attached. Yeah. So speaking of modern movies, I saw Jurassic Park. I saw Jurassic World Rebirth. The new Jurassic World. Now, I'll be honest, I'm not a big Jurassic Park fan. The only one... I've seen 5 of the 7... Well, now 6 of the 7 movies. I never saw Dominion. The last one I saw before this was Fallen Kingdom, which I hated. I thought Fallen Kingdom was awful, and so when Dominion came out, I was like, it's not even worth it. I'm not even going to waste my time on this one. But I actually like Jurassic World. I'm not going to act like Jurassic World is anything amazing, but I actually kind of liked it. I thought it was okay. And, of course, the original Jurassic Park is good. I don't care for Jurassic Parks 2 or 3. Nah, they don't really do anything for me. Sure, 3 has the Spinosaurus, which I do like. I am a Spinosaurus fan. I've said that in the past. But even though the Spinosaurus keeps getting nerfed, man, someone out there is on a life's mission to ruin the Spinosaurus. Probably because of Jurassic Park 3. But, I like the Spinosaurus. What can I say? I think they're neat. So, yeah, I'm not a big Jurassic Park fan. I've liked at most 2. It's one of those series where there's more bad movies than there are good movies. By a long shot. 2 of 6? Ugh. Again, I've never seen Dominion, but how good can it really be if it can't even entice me to watch it? Like, let's just be honest. But I was kind of curious about Rebirth. I'd heard it's one of the better ones. So I was like, yeah, you know what, fuck it. I like Scarlett Johansson. And sure, in this movie, is Scarlett Johansson playing Scarlett Johansson? Yes. Yeah, she is. But I still like her. I like Mahershala Ali also. I think he's really good. And I think he does a fine job in this one. So, here's the thing about this movie. This is not one movie. So I'm talking about Jurassic World Rebirth, and I'm gonna give light spoilers. Take the if you don't want to hear anything about this. I think it's okay. I think it's a decent movie. I think there are worse things you could see in theaters right now. But, you know, if you want to see something before Superman, yeah, sure. Okay, it's probably worth seeing. But other than that, I'd say wait until Superman. Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay, I get that. It's good. Yeah, the first episode's on YouTube, actually. The lie detector. Yeah. But yeah, so the basic plot of Jurassic World, no spoilers, is that Scarlett Johansson is a mercenary, and she's been hired by this company that's making a heart disease medicine. And basically, they realize, like, hey, we can use these dinosaurs used to live for hundreds of years. So we can use the dinosaur DNA to cure heart disease. So she's a mercenary sent on a mission to this island. And they have to get DNA from the Mosasaurus, the Quetzalcoatl, and the Stegosaurus, some big land dinosaur. You know, basic plot. It's a basic action movie setup. They've got to go to this island with dangerous dinosaurs, collect the 3 DNA samples. Okay, makes perfect sense. I think this would be an okay action movie. However, and again, this is kind of spoiler, so just be aware of that. This is 2 movies. Because there's an entire second plot in this movie. A B plot, if you would. Where basically this dad, his eldest daughter is about to go off to college. So he decides, like, oh, let's do one last summer boating trip. You know, something they've done dozens of times before. So it's the dad, his eldest daughter, his youngest daughter, and the eldest daughter's boyfriend. This guy named Alex, who's this lazy piece of shit, but, you know, he's actually kind of likable as the movie goes on. And so it's the 4 of them, they're off on this boating trip when the Mosasaurus shows up and tries to eat them. And of course, Scarlett Johansson comes by, rescues them, and now they're all stuck on this island. The 2 groups ended up getting split up for a while before they come back together. And yeah, this literally feels like 2 different movies. There's the Scarlett Johansson action movie about them going in and getting dinosaur DNA. And then there's the horror movie about this family trapped on this island trying to escape. Meanwhile, they don't know because they get separated. The daughter almost dies, and it was one of the guys in Scarlett Johansson's group that, like, almost killed her. So they worry, like, oh, are they trying to kill us? So, like, there's this kind of tension there as well. Even though, again, it's Scarlett Johansson, we know she's a good person, but the people she's working with, it's a little bit more complicated. But yeah, so I'd say this movie is 2 different movies that kind of got smashed together, and that overall probably makes it a weaker product. Like, I kind of wish like, Jurassic Park, you know, it's based on a horror book. The original Michael Crichton book is supposed to be horror. So that's probably why the family is there, to keep those horror elements alive. But there's a part of me that just kind of wishes they went full Turok and are like, oh no, we're just going to make an action movie about them going in, you know, fighting and mowing down dinosaurs. You know, they got to fight velociraptors with wings. And this weird, you know, hybrid Tyrannosaurus, Cloverfield-looking alien baby thing. And it's just... sometimes it's good. Sometimes I did enjoy this movie. But sometimes it's just kind of messy. It's kind of sloppy. Is it still probably like the 3rd or 4th best Jurassic Park movie? Yeah. Do I enjoy it? I guess I'd say 3rd, right behind the original and World, which again, I liked World. It's got its flaws, but overall I enjoyed it. Yeah, I'd still probably think this is like the 3rd best one. Do I think this is a bad movie? No. I don't think Jurassic World Rebirth is a bad movie. I think the characters are likable enough. The whole family, I actually like the family. The little girl gets like a pet dinosaur that she ends up taking care of and feeding licorice. The boyfriend, who I expected to hate, and was kind of like, at the start, I was like, oh, I'm rooting for your death. No, he actually becomes really likable. Like, you know, I'm not even going to say like halfway through the movie, or I'm not even going to say early on or it's probably closer to halfway. He makes a choice where it's like, oh, you know what? I actually kind of respect you for that. You know what? You're fine in my book, boyfriend. And the dad kind of feels the same way, where he's like, yeah, I like you. You know, I'm glad you did that. So that was good. But yeah, it was fine. It was fine. I'm trying not to get into spoilers here. The action's fine. There's a moment where they do the Jurassic Park music and everything, and that's good. The tension's decent enough. I've seen other people praise the color in this movie, that the color is really good. The yellows really pop. There's a scene very early on where the Spinosaurs that are like bright yellow, and yeah, the yellow pops, kind of reminds me of like Avatar for some reason. The reds, whenever they pull out like a flare and there's reds, those are really good. So yeah, I think the color's good. Overall, yeah, it's okay. I definitely think there are worse things out right now that you can see, but I also recommend just waiting for next week for Superman. At least I hope. God, I hope next week's wait for Superman is okay. But yeah, Jurassic Park, you know, it was fine. It was fine. If I had to give it a score, I'm going to be generous and give it a 7. Yeah, I'm going to be generous and give it a 7 out of 10. I definitely think it probably could have been better, but I've also seen much worse Jurassic Park movies. So let's say 7 out of 10 and call it there. Alright, so the next thing I want to talk about real quick, as we move on, is, so, I don't know if you've seen it around. The worst Jurassic Park, it's either Fallen Kingdom, which I did not like Fallen Kingdom. I did not think it was a good movie. Or it's Dominion, which I have never seen Dominion, but how good could Dominion really be if it could not entice me to even watch it? How good could it have really been as a movie? Yeah, Dominion is the worst. Yeah, I don't know, I've never seen it, and I have no interest in watching it. And 2 and 3 are bad, but they each have their moments. So, yeah. So, if you've been on the internet the past few weeks... I forgot Fallen. Yeah, I don't blame you. If you've been on the internet, there's a video from about a year ago that's been circulating around. It's made by a YouTube channel called Skittybitty. And it's called I Hate Tears of the Kingdom. I don't know if you've seen this. Even though the video is like a year old, for some reason these past few weeks, it's been showing up in my recommendation feeds. I've seen people talk about it on Twitter. It's like a 3-hour YouTube video called I Hate Tears of the Kingdom. And, you know, I've been seeing it, and it's kind of like one of those things where it's like, do I really need to watch a 3-hour video essay on why Tears of the Kingdom is bad? Like, is that really worth my time? Not really. But I had some time where I was doing some other things at work, and I was like, I just need some noise in the background. So I saw that video on my recommendations and was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll listen to this. So did I really watch the video? No, but I kind of listened to it like a podcast. And so I kind of want to give my thoughts on it. So here's the thing. There's this other YouTube video essayist called Joseph Anderson. Really good channel. I highly recommend it. If you like Fallout, the Fallout games, the TV show, or anything, he's got several multi-hour videos on Fallout that I think are all super interesting. And he's got a video on Breath of the Wild. And while it's been years since I've seen his Breath of the Wild video, before COVID, the one thing I do remember is that I agreed with a lot of his points in that video. But I still love Breath of the Wild. It's still one of my favorite games of all time. 10 out of 10. Or, you know, James Stephanie Sterling. They hate weapon degradation. They famously gave the game a 7 out of 10. And while, you know, that's not what I gave the game, and I think weapon degradation is fine, I totally understand their point, and I get how they got to that conclusion. So, watching Skittybitty's 3-hour I Hate Tears of the Kingdom video, I honestly kind of feel the same way. It's a 3-hour video breaking down the game, breaking down all the aspects, all their problems with it, and I agree with like 90% of that video. I think a lot of it is like they're talking about like the dungeons and how the dungeons are designed poorly, how the shrines are poorly designed, how a lot of the mechanics weren't thought out, you know, things like gliders and being able to like skip puzzles with Ascend, how rewind is such a broken ability that breaks like 90% of that game. And I'm like, I agree with everything in this video. All, like, not everything, but like 90% of it. 90% of their points are completely valid, no notes, I agree. And yet I still love the game. As someone currently replaying Tears of the Kingdom, I still really like it. And I'm still having a great time. I did the same thing with Cuphead a while ago. Someone made like this like 4-hour video on why Cuphead's boss design is awful. And yet, after watching that video, it made me want to replay Cuphead. And I still had a great time with Cuphead, even if I was noticing their complaints while playing the game. And that's kind of Tears of the Kingdom. Since I listened to this video earlier in the week, I'm like, as I'm playing through, you know, I'm like, oh yeah, okay, they were talking about this, and yeah, I see this here, and that's a totally valid complaint. Stop waiting. Yeah. And so, yeah, oh my god, the time's almost about to take over. Oh shit. Ooh, I was not paying attention to that. So I totally get those complaints, completely valid. I disagree with, you know, most of the video. Or I agree with most of that video. And yet, I still love Tears of the Kingdom. I'm still having a great time with that game. Now, I do think, again, some of their complaints I do disagree with. Like, some of the story stuff. Like, one of their complaints is that in the story, like, they bring up, like, oh, how does Ganondorf know to do this? Why does Ganondorf do this? Oh, look how badly this segment is written. And my one thing is, there are certain things in this game that can be inferred. Like, one of the questions they bring up is, how does Ganon know that if he eats the secret stone, it'll turn him into a dragon? And, like, I disagree with their point on it for two reasons. One, it was more of, like, a final attack to try to kill Link. That at that point, you know, Ganon was dying, for lack of a better term. And so this was, like, his attempt at, like, a final attack. He didn't care if he lived. He just wanted Link to die. But the other thing is, from the game, you can infer that Ganon studied the Secret Stones. He knew what the Secret Stones were. And as a result, you know, he knew that they would turn him into a dragon. Because how can something be forbidden if you don't tell people not to do it? Like, it makes sense. Is your mom still playing Tears of the Kingdom? You said she was playing it. Currently, she's playing Spider-Man on the PS4. She started that. She beat Tears of the Kingdom last year. It is still her favorite game, by the way. I've you know, after she beat, I don't remember what it was, but she calls Tears of the Kingdom the handy game because she thinks about like Link using his weird hand to like move things around. She calls it the handy game, and it's still her favorite game of all time. That, or she's been putting a lot of time into Balatro. Both my parents love Balatro. They've put more time into Balatro on the Switch than I have on the Switch. Collab win. Trust me, I'm working on it. I think it would be really funny to have her come over and stream Pikmin. I would love to, even if it's just Pikmin like 3 or 4, one of the newer ones, I would love to see her do Pikmin on stream. I think that would be very funny. The problem is just getting her to do it, and that's more of an uphill battle than you think. But no, so this video I think is very good. Do I recommend, taking the 3 hours to watch it? Actually, maybe, again, do it the way I do and just listen to it. I don't know. I actually don't know what I would do for her. I never thought that far ahead. It'd definitely be the PNG, though. It would definitely be that. I don't even have my webcam hooked up to my PC. It's currently hooked up to my Switch, because my webcam that I use for PC also works on Switch. But yeah, no, I'd actually kind of recommend Skittybitty's video. When I upload this to YouTube, I'm going to put it in the description. But it's actually pretty decent. Again, 3 hours is a hard commitment. But listening to it like a podcast... I mean, we have literally been talking for almost 3 hours. This episode of this podcast is going to be longer than 3 hours. So if people can do this, you can do that. We could have just sat down and watched that entire video. We could have become a reaction YouTuber and just watched that, and that could have been a podcast episode. Funny. But yeah, no, I enjoyed it. I think, again, I agree with like 90% of it, but I still love the game. And that's one of the things I will say. At the end of Skittybitty's video, they bring up the fact that, hey, a lot of these complaints can be lobbied against Breath of the Wild, but they still love Breath of the Wild. All the problems they have with Tears of the Kingdom. Sure, some of them do apply to Breath of the Wild, but they just really enjoy Breath of the Wild. And I do... They bring up the Mario Galaxy and Galaxy 2 thing, and I still agree with the Galaxy and Galaxy 2 thing. I think that's still a good comparison, but I get where they're coming from. I just don't want to. I've done it... I specifically used it for, like, Nintendo Direct reactions. But nowadays, I totally get the appeal of the PNG tuber and VTuber things. Even if I don't really watch that many PNG or VTubers, I get the appeal of it. Let's see. Anything else? They bring up, at the end of their video, they talk about ways they would improve Tears of the Kingdom. And one of their ideas is that, hey, they should have just removed the depths and put all their focus into the sky. That originally they did put a lot of focus into the sky, but the developers felt it was too cluttered. And I do agree that they did put too little in the sky and too little in the depths. But I don't think the solution is to remove the depths. I wish there was more. Like, one of the things is that there are 2 biomes in the depths. The depths and the volcano. And that's it. I do wish there had been more biomes. I wish they had taken some influence from, like, Minecraft in the Nether. Because the Nether only has 4 biomes. But it's better than nothing. And yeah, I kind of wish Tears of the Kingdom had more than just lava and not lava, because it is boring. It is kind of repetitive. Do I wish there was more stuff in the sky? Yes. Yes, I do. But, what else? Oh, I hate, you know an argument I'm getting sick of? Saying that developers saying specifically Nintendo, but this applies to other developers. They need to stop releasing unfinished games when the game they're talking about is clearly finished. Because that's a complaint I constantly see. It's levied against Tears of the Kingdom. It's levied against Animal Crossing. It's levied against Kirby Star Allies. Just because you do not like the state that the game is finished in does not mean the game was released unfinished. I'm so tired of people saying they need to stop, there are unfinished games. Famously, No Man's Skies, Fallout 76, Cyberpunk 2077, kind of. Those are broken, buggy, unfinished games. Just because Animal Crossing didn't have as much content as you want in it does not mean the game was unfinished. And some people say, well, oh, it had DLC. DLC, by its nature, means it's unfinished. No, it doesn't. Just because you did not like the state Animal Crossing New Horizons released in, that does not make it an unfinished game. That game definitely released finished. It just didn't have as much as you'd want in it. And sure, would I love for them to go back and add a bunch more stuff to Animal Crossing? Oh, hell yeah, that'd be great. Especially because, I know I've said this in the past. I'm still working on Animal Crossing. I am one painting away from finishing the museum. I got all 12 Zodiac figures. I've been working on these long-term projects. I'm almost... And when we do finish that, by the way, I have plans for one more day of Animal Crossing. Just to finish that, by the way. Yeah, there's another great example. FNAF Security Breach. Compared to the new FNAF game that came out like 2 weeks ago, it's the new FNAF game. Sure, it's got a few bugs in it, but it's in a much more finished condition. And I guess people really like the new FNAF game, even if it's now just ripping off Poppy Playtime. Regardless, I've heard people are actually having a decent time with that. I don't know, I haven't checked it out, but who knows? Maybe we will. I make no promises, by the way. So yeah, that's that. I'm so sick of that complaint. It's one of those things that, people use it so much on things it doesn't apply to that it has lost all meaning. It's like when people say thoughts and prayers. You've used that so many times on things that it doesn't work with. It means nothing. It means nothing. And yeah, so I'm so sick of people calling finished games unfinished just because they aren't in the state that you want them to be in. That doesn't mean it's unfinished. But that's, again, I still say it's a good video. I still recommend it. I'll definitely link in the description. And yeah. Anything else? Because we're going to go over to Marble League here in a second. I'm trying to think. Because I did just notice that. We may not get a shiny Belly Bolt, because literally the time ticks over here in 2 minutes. But we did get something. I'll take that. It may not be what I went out for, but hey, we got something. Link in the description. Hey, you want to do my like and subscribe plug while you're at it? Oh no, now I have to include this in the YouTube highlights because they said like and subscribe. Curse you. Who was I watching? Was it Failboat? I think it was Failboat that I was watching that did that. Alright, so we got a shiny. Hey look, we got a shiny Meryl. It's definitely not what I was looking for, but fuck it, I'll take it. Like and subscribe, hit the notification bell. Also weird. Yeah, go look in the comments. Alright, so that's all we can... So, we got a shiny. I'll take it. Let me take one last look. I want to take one last look. And fuck it. Let's just finish off this clock. Anything else? I was following Twitch. Yeah, there you go. One step ahead of me. Did I do win? I haven't played any other game. I haven't... Since we talked about Cookie Clicker last week, I haven't even touched Cookie Clicker. I haven't done that. I haven't touched Miitopia. I know I was playing through Miitopia, and then the Switch 2 came out, and I just kind of completely forgot about it. And I do want to go back and finish it. I was over halfway done with the game. But, I'll get around to it. At least I think I was halfway done. I hope I was. Anything else we needed to talk about? I haven't been playing that much Mario Kart. I'm so bad at the new Mario Kart. I do like the game. I do. I'm just so bad at it. But I'm so excited for that new Donkey Kong. And unlike this, hopefully I'll be good at that one. I haven't touched Peak. I know right now like 1 million people are playing Peak. And I haven't even touched it since like it launch week. And I only bring that up because I've literally, while we've been streaming, I've seen people on Steam. My Steam notifications have been going off. Being like, hey, there are people playing Peak right now. You should go check it out. Anything else? I can't think of anything else. Like I said at the start of the stream, I was watching Vermeil in Gold. It's okay. It's kind of fun. It's a kind of fantasy comedy. This guy's going to a magic school, and he has to summon a familiar to graduate his freshman year, and he accidentally summons a demon. Yeah, Peak's pretty fun. It's cute. It's a cute, weird, kind of dumb game. I've enjoyed it. I have no plan on like streaming it or anything like that, but it's decent. But yeah, so it's this kid who summons like this sexy demon woman, and now they're going to school together. And his childhood best friend is jealous of this demon. And you know, there are these weird conspiracy theories, and you know, one of the professors is evil. It follows all the tropes of like the fantasy magic high school that you see in animes. And yeah, it's okay. It's kind of cute. I will be honest. I think it's in episode 5 or 6, halfway through the show. Vermeil kind of goes off on her own to confront the main villain. It's called Vermeil in Gold. And yeah, Vermeil goes to confront this villain, like the evil professor. And she decides to do, and like she tells the professor, like, I don't care what you do, just don't involve, you know, the protagonist. What's his name? It's like, it's not Alan, but it's something like that. And she's like, don't do it. And then immediately the professor attacks her and like exposes her like true demon form. And it just gets kind of dumber from there. It's I think one of the, like I get it. The show has to have stakes, and this moment definitely adds stakes to the show, but it's just kind of dumb. It feels kind of dumb and kind of forced, but I think sometimes the show is funny. Sure, is there T&A in it? Definitely. But, I mean, at least the one who's doing it is like 200 years old, so. Alright, there you go. It's midnight. The things just switched over, so I guess we're out of luck to find a belly bolt. We'll try again another day. We encountered almost 300. We found 298. So that's not bad. And there's a few okay raids going on right now. Hey, we did find a Houndour earlier tonight. You know, maybe we'll... Nah, that's another day. Where do you find these animes? Do you just click right? This one was a TikTok recommendation. This was on TikTok. Someone was talking about it. Why? I have no idea. And I was like, oh, okay, you know, I'll check it out. Yes, I have seen the vending machine anime. It is really stupid, but it's okay. Okay, with that, let me... Yeah, you know, whatever. I'll just kind of... Okay, I'm gonna quickly save that real quick. Yeah, no, the vending machine anime has some okay moments, but it's also just really stupid. My friend told me that for the vending machine anime, the only good episode is the first one. Every episode is just... See, probably, like, here's the thing. You know how people watch, like, Desperate Housewives, or The Secret Lives of Mormon Wives, or Love Island, or, like, trashy reality TV shows like that? I don't watch shows like that. Instead, I watch bad isekai anime. I get a lot of enjoyment out of watching really bad isekais. And yeah, the vending machine anime is dumb, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't have a good time. Alright, here we are. Marble League 2025 qualifiers. I'm assuming this is the 4 events that'll determine what 16 teams make it into the league. So I guess let's give it a watch. Oops. I almost stopped the stream there for a second. Oh, shit. Yeah.
Howdy, partner.
Yeah, we're in the O Rangers, you know. They're the hosts this year.
New hosts.
Out of Orlando, Orange Lando, or whatever it's called. Even though it's a western town.
And come join us. That'd be, what, 38 liters to the rest of the world? Well, whatever you're
yeah, we're in Orange Lando, but we're in, like, Texas or New Mexico or Arizona or one of those states.
Others, their hopes will be dashed, and they will be forced to sit out this year and watch from the sidelines as the tumbleweeds roll by.
Welcome, all marbles, to the qualification rounds of Marble League 2025. 28 teams will be competing for 12 qualification spots in the
I don't remember who won last year.
to our hosts and last year's podium holders.
This is...
Blackjacks, Snowballs, and Team Momo, who are already qualified and will compete in the friendly round.
Blackjacks,
Well,
Team Mo...
I
Wait, what was...
Guess I don't have
Wait.
to explain all of that. No.
Okay, it was the O'Rangers, who are the hosts, the Blackjacks, the Team Momo, who won. Was it the Hazers? Was that the other one? Okay, so those are the 4 teams that are qualifying, obviously. God, I wish we could make some predictions right now. I don't really understand this, because since it's just Marvel. It requires all the skill in the world, man. You know how these Marble athletes have been working for months to, you know, train themselves, get themselves to a proper weight, proper speeds, proper roundnesses, just so that they go a little faster, you know, so they roll a little better. They're a little heavier, so they push a little farther. All these little factors that, you know, these athletes work months for, just to build themselves up for this one moment. So, okay, what teams do I think are coming through? So we know those 4 teams. We know 16 teams are making it through. Okay, real quick. Before, you know what? Fuck it. We've got time. You said you wanted a longer show earlier on, and that's what I'm gonna give you. Let me real quick. I just need like a scratch notepad or something. How the fuck do I make a scratch notepad? I'm trying to think of the easiest way to do this. Okay. Okay, so we know the teams that are going through. Oh, come on, work with me here. We know it's the O'Rangers. O'Rangers. That's 100%. They're the hosts, automatically qualified. We know Team Momo, they won last year. I said the Blackjacks in the Hazers. I think that was our other. Let me listen back to it.
Snowballs and Team Moment, who are all holders. The O'Rangers, Blackjacks, Snowballs, and Team Moment.
Okay, it was the Snowballs. You just want to type notes and you can... I know I could have, but, you know... Whatever. Okay, so the Snowballs. So, other teams... There can only be 16 teams that qualify. So, just making predictions right now. The most obvious team is the Savage Speeders. They're, you know, the best team in the league. The only team to win 2 victories... It'd be really weird if they didn't make it. Like, they're the team. A lot of people wanted them to be the hosts this year because they're the best team in the league. It'd be weird if they didn't make it. That's number one. That's definitely going to be there. The Raspberry Racers. They're also, again, don't judge my spelling. The Raspberry Racers, again, one of the best teams in the league. Beloved, really popular, really rare marbles. It'd be weird if they didn't make it. Of course, my team, Team Galactic. First off, they're my team, but they're also the 5th best team in the league. It just makes sense. It'd be weird if they weren't here, even though that has happened in the past. The Hazers. Hazers are a fan favorite team. You know, they've had their hits and misses. They started off doing awful last year, but they got better as time went on. So I don't see any reason why they wouldn't be here. Give me pulling up a list of all of the marble teams. Okay, so the Hazers make sense. You know, it's funny. This is the first ever year where people could actually sponsor a marble team. And when they announced that, I was like, oh shit, I should sponsor Team Galactic. Wouldn't that be funny if I sponsored Team Galactic? I didn't, obviously, because I don't have that kind of money. It's the same way when I say they're my team. It's like saying like the Yankees or the Red Sox or the Chiefs or the 49ers or the Red Wings or the Golden Knights. You know, they're the team I root for. Team Galactic is the team I root for. They're my team. Yeah, they're my favorite, basically. So we know, okay, Hazers, another fan favorite team. Be weird if they weren't in it. Green Ducks, they used to be the underdogs of the league. You know, they were the newbies at one point. Did great in their first year. Actually did pretty decent last year, but in the end they kind of fell off. Why did I pick Team Galactic? Because I like space. Literally, that's it. I like space. And so I picked that team. There is a great... Okay, going off on a side tangent here. Thesaurus, dinosaur. If you ever need to pick a team, this channel over here, Thesaurus Dinosaurus,
Hi.
has a video. This one, Marble League Rooting 2025 edition. Watch this video, and then based on that, you can decide which team you're rooting for. I would say we watch this right now, and definitely on YouTube might put this in the description. But you know, that's if you ever need the way to pick a team, that's how you do it. But no, I literally just picked Team Galactic because I like space, and they're the only space team. And then later on, it was I realized the Pokemon connection. I didn't even when I first started watching the league in 2020, I didn't even put together the Pokemon connection. But no, the Pokemon connection's totally right.
Is upon us. Whenever it is.
Fuck it.
Sorry I've been away so long. I've been busy?
So Saurus Dinosaurus,
Yeah.
I don't entirely know their
But, you
detail.
know,
Big fan of the league. Been around a long time.
Cobalt
You know, just
will
fan content.
beat the speed
Really
of
like their
games
stuff.
like
They're
fun
super entertaining.
forever Again. Look, this is the 6th one I've done, and there's only so much I can say about Balls of Glass. Some of these teams I'll only spend like 30 seconds on because there's 32 teams, and I don't really
There are a
wanna
lot of
talk about
teams.
most of them. 30 seconds is like 30 seconds too long for most of these teams anyway. The Savage Speeders are the New England Patriots. They
Yeah.
had so much success in their history, but the times they are a-changin'. It's
They are,
so
they-
refreshing, not feeling absolute dread while talking about them. After
Completely
top
agreed.
finishes
I'm
in damn
amazed they
near
didn't do that
every
well.
single
I think they
JMR
did decent last
video,
year,
they've crashed
but not
back
as good as they
to
have
Earth
done
like
in the
any other
past.
team. 2024 was a blunderful year for them.
Yeah.
Bottom half finish after bottom half finish.
Not as bad as my team did
Teams I've
last year,
never
but
seen.
not
Of
that
course,
good.
They still had to get a gold in a speed event and leave
Yeah.
for the first 3 events. But they stumbled wildly the rest of the way to.
They're a shoo-in for the. I'd be amazed if they didn't make
So
it.
beautiful. I'm still worrying about the speeders in 2025 because, of course,
You would
they'll
think
still be
that,
the 10th league,
but
and it
some
seems
teams
like
rise
this
to
is
the
time
top,
for them to
some
cancel
teams
fun
fall to the
forever
bottom.
and claim their 3rd title.
I know that seems
They
weird, but that's
need
just
the
how it
Solar
works.
Flares to fill the orange team quota in the league. Seriously, tell me like 3 years
I-
ago that the Flares would finish
I hate the
7th
Solar.
overall
So,
in a Marble
as a
League while
rooter for a
the
space
Rangers
team,
almost get
I root
relegated,
against
and I'd be
all the
like,
other space teams.
Yeah, I
Just
believe it.
out of
Flares
principle.
finally made it to
And
their
the 2
first
other
league
space
tourney
teams
and did
are the Solar Flares
not bad.
and the Purple
Nice.
Rockets.
2 golds, a silver.
Is this
and
loud?
a
Is
bronze
the video
one
loud enough, by the way?
half.
I forgot to
Pretty much
turn up the
they were
volume or
the
not.
Flares. Sure, they had a bunch of doo-doo performances, but they still qualified before the Cobalts, more medals than the Cobalts.
I'm
more
amazed with
points
how
than
well the Solar Flares
Cobalts,
did last year.
and seem to just have more life than the Cobalts. 2025 will be the prove-it season for you. Sure, you had a solid season, but can you do it again? And not like other teams where they take years to qualify. Can
Yeah,
you
it's loud
make it
enough. Okay, good.
back and do better?
Yeah,
Other teams have failed to follow up.
I
a
was so
solid
surprised
season
with the Solar
before.
Flares last year.
We usually just
Because
call them
they
to
were
blast.
doing good,
Keep
and my team was doing
this
garbage,
not
and I hated
bad
it.
thing. After 2 years in the showdown, the Hazers are
Hazers.
back to a form that loosely resembles a competent team.
Yeah.
2024 was bad, but since these are the Hazers, it was a step in the right direction. Only 2 medals in the form of back-to-back golds, but those were the
It was
first
really
ones for
impressive
your
last year,
team
though.
Since 2021.
Yeah.
Go ahead and chuck Smokey into the trash while you're at it.
Oh, God,
Fan
yeah.
favorite
That
Hazy
the
is back from the
coach,
Shadow Realm and is here as the new coach.
the
Pray there's no
coach of the
block
Hazers.
pushing,
Yeah, that
but
was such a
knowing
weird
JMR
change.
And this being the 10th league and all, they're definitely gonna want their bangers here, so block pushing is most certainly on the docket.
Block pushing is, I think, one of the qualifiers.
Pinkies gonna pinkies. The 2022 Cinderella champions got bit by the 4th place curse going into last year and didn't make it to the main tournament. Call it a skill issue, but I blame qualifier structure. I like it when the Pinkies are watchable. Even if I
See,
didn't like it when
the Pinkies were always a
watchable.
joke
Their
team,
second place finish in
and
the
so them
showdown
doing so
showed
well
that they
blew
really
me
should
away.
have been in the Marble League. But
Of
hey,
course, not as much as,
Marble
like, let's say the
Survival
Turtle Sliders
200
do well
was
this
certainly
year.
a thing.
Which
Turn
that'll
that
never happen,
into
by the
a
way.
Something overall and blah blah blah. I remember what happened the last time the Pinkies took second in the showdown. I still have the vocal fry to prove it. The Snowballs finally had enough of being the team frozen in the basement and decided to try out this whole being good thing.
Yeah,
Hey,
they're
look at
now
that.
the good
They're
ice
just
team,
like the Detroit Lions.
which is kind of
A
crazy.
cold team with
The
a
Solar Flares
history
became the
of
orange
sucking,
team,
finally
the Snowballs
getting
became the good ice team.
choking in the biggest
Doesn't always happen.
They basically doubled their point total and medal total overall and are tied for first with medal count going in their
You do
favor
practice
into
runs,
the
like
final
any
event.
other sport.
All Snowdrift
You do
has
practice
to do
runs.
is beat Momo and be a champion. Hell, you could just score a point.
Oh
and
god, the
oh
final event of
my
last year
God.
was crazy.
Oh yeah.
Where like the
These
top,
are still the snow.
all the top teams
All
got off
sorts of
so
pain.
early on.
But a
And of course my
silver
team who's doing
overall
awful came in
still
like first or
means
second.
You're auto-qualified.
Yeah.
The Snowballs in a summer league. Yeah, this ain't gonna go well. Especially
Yeah,
blundering
fair.
this championship away. This hangover is going to haunt you. The Limers are such a sour
Oh, yeah.
team. Blah, blah, blah,
Didn't
blah,
the
blah, blah,
Limers make it into
grumble,
All-Stars?
grumble, Limers. You qualified once in the last 6 seasons and got a 15th place to show for it. You got golds and funnels and
Yeah.
half pipe and last year's showdown that let you finish in the top half, which does not happen that often for
Yeah, the Limers
Limers.
doing well in
That
All-Stars.
top half finish meant you
so
were
weird.
better than the O'Rangers, which I hate. I also
Oh,
hate
yeah,
that
this
the
guy, by the way,
Limers
I'm
are
pretty sure he's an
all-stars
O'Rangers
because they're not
fan.
all-stars. The only thing
So-
you got going for you is the odd year
Yeah.
things, so maybe you could manage to win the showdown or something. Just get rid of this team. Bring in the Zoom Keenies already.
This, what?
Speaking of spoiled citrus, Mellow Yellow's fall off needs to be studied.
True.
The
Because I think of
2021
Mellow Yellow
champ
as one of the
with
good
2
teams.
years of being
Because
ass-tastic,
they had some really
missing
good
out on
years in there.
qualifying altogether.
But, yeah,
Honestly,
last
it felt like a
year
mercy killing. Yellow
didn't exactly
tried to
go well.
tank your season, but Yellow showed why they are
See, I think that's the same thing with the Bumblebees. Bumblebees have had good years, but last year wasn't one of them.
You still need to collect that.
Because, yeah, after merging with the
overall
Hornets,
like it's
the
last
Bumblebees got
Infinity
really
Stone.
good.
Although odd years go burr, maybe you could return to greatness and have a second title. The Jungle Jumpers are a laughably bad team. They
Yeah.
are a comedy of errors that
They're
didn't fight their
nothing
way
compared
out
to
of
the
a
Green
wet paper
Ducks,
bag.
who
They
introduced the
raced
same
like how I
year.
run in my
Green Ducks did
dreams.
amazing.
All this to
Jungle
say,
Jumpers suck.
how the did you finish 5th in 2024?
Hold up.
Wait,
I
what?
didn't expect you to qualify, let alone finish anywhere above dead last.
I don't remember
Despite
that at all.
breaking a 4-year skid and literally doubling their
Yeah, I don't
monthly
remember that
medal
at
count.
all. What?
2 goose eggs and a 15th.
This was only like
place
6
reminded
months
us
ago,
that
by the
these are
way.
Still the Jungle
Okay,
Jumpers.
probably closer to like
This
8,
is
but
still
still.
your best finish in team history because your team history is made of anguish only seen in Shakespearean tragedies. Maybe I should just roast this team harder and they'll end up winning. Worked for the Pinkies. Jungle Jumpers Marble League
skipped over
2025
the marble.
champions inbound, folks. Sorry, I don't make the rules. The Chocolatiers are just like a Hershey bar, full of fakeness and cockroaches. After getting
I'm using this video to have to
in
remember all the
2024,
teams.
They finished the season in 12th place. Doesn't sound great, but that's better than the Speeders, so that's something. I often say that the Chocolatiers are a forgettable team.
Did the sniper
and
get to
that's
ya?
still the case. I had no idea which tournament to look at while writing this video. I was so rooting for them to take the worst points per event. They had 2 points in the first 3 events.
It's
Why
like
did
I
they
can
have
judge.
to
I did
go
awful last
try?
year.
You
I did so
should've
fucking
given
bad
up
last year. Ugh.
19 points in the last 5 events.
But this has got to be our year.
Most
Come
of
on.
that coming from the
It's
funnel.
the 10-year
Yeah,
anniversary.
you're gonna go to the showdown
You know,
so
we've
hard.
never,
After
we're,
a performance
we
like
are the
that,
highest
you
scoring
don't deserve
team,
qualifications. Not
Team
like
Galactic,
this is gonna be
who has never won.
It's a summer league. You're
It's
gonna
got to be our year. Please be our
Team
year.
Primary is in dire need of success. The only reason this team is relevant is due to how irrelevant they are. This roster is more in it
Fair.
for the May dress modeling than actually trying to win. Hard Carrot didn't work, so they made Prim head honcho.
Yeah.
It
See, I don't work tomorrow,
surprisingly
so-
did not work. Just make Rima captain already and chuck everyone else into the sun. Your captain carousel method has
Have a good
devolved into
morning.
throwing wet
Yeah,
spaghetti
I'll see you
onto
around.
a wall and seeing what sticks. Wet Spaghetti also describes Prim as a captain.
Let me turn this up a
I
little bit.
too would like to throw them against the wall. One league made in the last 7 years. And why were they in All-Stars? For sake. Yeesh. I see the Bumblebees took a page from the Mellow Yellow Book of Inconsistency. From almost being the first host to win.
Because what was the event
Red Eye's last second
was it
overtake in 2023 ended up giving
Marble
this
Survival
team
100?
One of the worst
I was like, oh, the
silver
Bumblebees are
hangovers
going to win
we've
this.
seen until
And then in like the
snowballs inevitably
11th
break it
hour,
this
they
year.
blew
They
it.
couldn't get
And since then, they just haven't done anything good.
Yeah, silver and a bronze is nice, but 6 bottom 4 finishes with 4 other bottom half placements tanked them to 15.
God,
That's
really?
sad. Honestly, wouldn't be a
Ooh.
surprise if the Bees fall back to the showdown. Might depend on qualifying structure. The Raspberry Racers are one of the better teams in the league. They certainly
So this is
revel
my
in
second
Skeeter's
team.
late collapse in 2024.
Why is it my second
They
team?
finished the year
Because I like
overall
raspberries.
with a
That's it.
gold and
I
2
like raspberry
silvers in
jam
what we
more than I
call
like blueberry
work,
jam
no
or
reaction
strawberry
for
jam.
them.
That's it.
Still a
That's
far
the only
cry
reason I
from the
picked raspberry
2019
racers.
run they went on. 2025 would be
Even
the
though they're
time
also a
for their
pretty decent
second
team.
ship. Do it at the O's home field. That would honestly be the funniest outcome. Mo 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 mo.
This is no longer an opinion.
Mo 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 mo.
Yeah, no, Momo, after years of getting so close and falling short, actually doing it last year was really impressive. And I want to say he called it. The dinosaurs, they called it. That they were going to win. This is a good bit.
I love Team Momo.
If you like teams that don't like themselves, root for the Rojo Rollers.
I don't know how the
Finish for
Rojo
cardio
Rollers
at
kept
this
getting
point.
in.
They had an absolutely
Like,
rotten
real
start
talk.
to the showdown last
I-
year, but
They're
ran the
not a
table
good
with
team.
bronze,
And yet
silver,
they just
gold
kept
in that
making
order
it
to
in.
finish the season off.
I never
All
got
that
it.
to take 4th
They're not
overall in
good.
the showdown, if that means anything. The Rollers simply aren't rolling. They've been stuck in place for the past 10 years or so. 2 qualifications in 8 years.
Yeah, but
They're
I'm
about
amazed
to
they
make
got
that
those 2
2 and 9.
qualifications. I mean, I get
Crazy
it.
Cat's
Someone's
eyes
got to
are
be
like
the
Buffalo
worst.
Bills. If the
And
Buffalo
someone's
Bills
got to be the
actually
worst
managed
who
to win a
qualifies.
championship, that
And that's the Rojo
2023 chip
Rollers.
went down as an
They
instant
qualified 2
classic,
times in the last
but
8
they
years.
really should have repeated
But yet,
titles.
they're the
They
worst
finished
when
a
they
solid
qualify.
6th in 2024,
Meanwhile, you know, the Turtle
despite
Sliders and the Indigo
basically
Stars
imploding in the back half.
never
You
qualified.
had the championship lead after bowling, but a combined 21 points in 4 of the last 6 events ruined a dynasty bid.
Yeah, they blew
I got a
it.
feeling that Marble League 2025 will have a lot of Marble League 2023 events. So just make it that far and you should be good. I don't think I'm jinxing them or anything. This team is what's selling tickets now. They were literally the face of the league at one point. I don't think the
I'd
Marble
argue they.
Gods will let you.
I mean, they still
We
kind.
can't
They're
have
not a
eternal
fan.
bogey
I mean, they
march in
might
the
be,
showdown.
but they still kind of.
The O Rangers have fallen from grace. Hard. They are definitely the Denver Broncos. Might as well throw all the other Colorado teams in there as well. You failed to qualify for 2024 in a collapse that was a long time coming. You almost got relegated, if relegation was a thing. As quite possibly the most biased O Rangers fan, I have no hope for this franchise.
Can I be honest? I'm kind of glad they got rid of
2017
relegation.
feels like a
I know some
mirage.
people don't like it, that it's too
2020
much.
collapse
No, I'm glad they didn't
absolutely
get rid of it.
Cursed you. You are going to
Or
go
that they
to
did,
the
I mean.
showdown again, is what I would say if you had a chance of going to the showdown, because the O Rangers are hosting. We back, baby! To hell with precedent! What the hell is...
Okay, here's the thing about the O-Rangers hosting. I know, we talked about this at the time. I know some people don't like it that, hey, the team that didn't even make the league gets to host. But the O-Rangers are the fan favorite. They're the popular one. I get why they're the hosts. Sure, could the Savage Speeders have done it? Definitely. But no, I get why the O-Rangers are the hosts for the 10-year anniversary. I'm not as mad as other people are about this.
We back, baby! To hell with precedent! What the hell is getting bailed out? O-Rangers,
Yeah, it's a bailout, but I'm not.
People, the host curse. It's citrus all the way. The Gliding Glaciers are bad. They took 15th in 2023,
Yep,
and
they're the
somehow
bad
managed
snow team.
to do worse in
Ice team.
2024. They became the second host.
They did
to
host.
take dead last in the league they hosted because lol the Oceanics. I really liked you hosting. I did not like you competing. If we could have had a Glaciers host...
Again,
without
last
the
year was
Glaciers actually
brutal
in it, I
for
would have
me.
liked it better. In
So-
all honesty, you being here was just wasting
Also,
a
the whole
qualification
co-host
spot.
thing was also
One
kind of dumb.
bronze to
Like,
speak
I
of
get
that
it.
accounted
Mint
for one
Mint
of
Mobile was the
5
sponsor.
top half
I get
finishes.
it. I still
Yeah,
think it's dumb.
you deserve this. Glaciers gliding to the showdown this year. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's summer. They don't stand a chance. The Oceanics are such a sunken team. That host curse from 2019 done went and cursed your existence. That
Yep.
2018 bronze seems like a total fluke with your whole back-to-back dead last in the showdown thing. But you're turning this ship around. You actually won the showdown. Sure, you did it with only 1 bronze, but this is success, question mark. Put this trophy next to your Marble Survival 100 and Marble League Winter Special trophies in the bathroom of your team's facility. The carousel of personnel continues as they find a way to stop drowning. Still fucking hate how Ounce is the best member of your team. The Indigo Stars gonna Indigo Stars.
I'm gonna...
This team
Is this
the
year the
Arizona
redemption for the
Cardinals.
Indigo
It's where
Stars
dreams go to
or the
die.
Kobolds?
You want to be known for more than just
I
want
want
to
to say it's the
that
Kobolds
exists?
redemption year.
How about you don't take dead last?
Because
in
fuck the Indigo
showdown?
Stars. They're a
Send
space team.
this
Fuck 'em.
team
Bomb.
to hell. All 33 of your points came in 4 events because you got 2 goose eggs. This is cringeworthy. The only thing you got going is Indy at least trying. Y'all are gonna need a shakeup. See if you can still nab Shadur Sanders, okay? I don't think Cleveland's
I don't
gonna
get that
treat him
joke.
nice. Look at it. Look at it. The Prockets overall showdown podium. In your young franchise, we call that a success. Maybe this year you could even win the showdown, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. Back-to-back
I'm still
bronzes
skeptical
let
of
you
them.
Coast to the finish because heaven forbid you actually try harder than you need to.
I forget how many
Orbit
space
and
teams there
Sauce
are.
Boss completely carried.
Because, again, the
Move
Solar
around,
Flares and the
will ya?
Purple Rockets
I
came
hear the
in
Wisps got a
after I
member before
started.
you could pick up
But I
on
forgot the Indigo
leaders.
Stars were also
Purple
there at the
Rockets
beginning.
Are looking like a rocket that might actually get
God,
off
alternate
the ground
timeline where I'm an
first.
Indigo Stars fan,
Another solid
and I just do
performance
nothing
in
but
the
suffer.
Showdown is in your sights. The Shining Swarm is the face
I
of
should gi-
inconsistency. Their
Man,
history of
wouldn't it
dull
be funny if I
finishes
got,
makes
like,
you
a
and I
little
forget
Team
they
Galactic
almost
shirt
won the league
for my
on
little
2 separate
guy?
occasions.
Wouldn't
The
that
other
be
occasions,
cute, or-
the showdown. They finished
should
the
get some.
2024 showdown with
I should
2
get
golds
something.
in 6 events.
I should
A
do
normal
something,
team
'cause I think that would be very
cruise to
cute,
an overall
just
podium with
for
this
the-
performance.
just
This
for when
is
we do
not a
this, 'cause
normal
this is
team.
the next few
They
weeks, by the way,
face-planted to
is just like,
11th
hey, look, here's our
place,
little Team Galactic
30
shirt, let's
points
go.
in 2 events.
It's just, do I make it a
8
smiley face or a
points
sad
in the
face?
other 4. Remind me why this team
I guess
wants to
we'll
be
know
taken
based on the
seriously
qualifiers.
again? Enjoy another
Ooh.
showdown trip. The Blackjacks are a tough team to bet on. That's all the gambling tons you're getting from me. This was a crab bucket of a league. but a bronze in funnels let you cement a podium spot. And you did
I mean,
it without
they're
a
following
goal,
in the Golden
which is
Knights.
honestly a tougher feat to
The
do.
other,
Not bad for a
you know,
team that's
Vegas
supposed to
team.
have been relegated. Imagine actually qualifying after getting bailed out of the showdown. You don't have the best history of qualifying, but that doesn't matter because you're auto-qualified.
yeah.
Let's see how fast it takes you to get back to the basement. I'm guessing a year. Cobalt's like making a possum cry. Whereas a possum merely plays dead, this team actually is dead. They are simply allergic to qualifying. Despite the fact that they live in the showdown, they finished 2024 in the middle of the road with no medals.
Yeah.
You actually have to try to earn those. This team has a quote-unquote talent issue, but we love blaming ineptitude on management. Sapphire finally got the memo and quit as coach rather than embarrass themselves any longer.
That
Enter
was
new
crazy.
coach, Smokey.
And that
Their unemployment
Sapphire leaving wasn't
Let's see
surprising.
if Smokey
Smokey
can lead
becoming
back
the
to
coach
promised land,
is
or if they'll
wild.
find new ways of ruining
And
the franchise.
Does
anyone still
I think
believe
they
in
can turn it
Team
around.
Plasma? Everyone abandoned the hype train so hard that they're left
Yeah,
with
Team
a
Plasma
hype
started
rickshaw.
off very
The
strong
best
in
of the
what,
worst teams,
22,
the worst of the
23,
best teams,
and
the
then they
worst
just
of the
kind of
worst
fell
teams.
apart.
I'm not saying it should
and,
have been the
ugh.
Golden Orbs. I'm just saying that you put all your energy into that 2022 showdown win. Over a third of your points came from a
Yeah.
short track silver in last year's showdown. If this channel could run a league correctly, you
Because I don't
would
think
and
in the
should be
2020
relegated.
league, I don't
Maybe
think
just
they were
find
in
a way
it,
to
but
win
they
the
had
showdown next
they were
year.
like shown
The
off for the
Cobalts
first
could
time
use
in the
it.
showdown, and they did well. And since
Blunderbolts are
then,
such a sad franchise. At least when the
awful.
sliders or Cobalts fail, they make it entertaining. You're just pathetic. The most
I don't know, I
damning
think the
graphic of
sliders
how
are pretty
trash
pathetic as
tastic
well.
Y'all are is
The sliders
this one
are
of the 2016
bad.
standings, showing how well everyone other than you have done since then. Even the Pinkies in dead last won a championship before you. My recommendation for them is to blow it all up and bring the Golden Orbs in. The longest gold drought is gonna keep going until the sun explodes. And that's enough. I don't want to talk about this team any more than I have to. Speaking of teams I don't want to talk about.
I don't.
2020 was just such a fluke. The Minties got
I don't
sixth
like the
in
Minty Maniacs
showdown, and
anymore.
that might be
They
as
were
high
just-
as they're gonna go.
last year,
JMR
they
got
were
rid of relegation
crammed
and
down
still
our throat
relegated you to a
so
tester
much
team. In all
that I'm
honesty,
just kind of
this is
sick
an
of
upgrade.
them. I
Not
get
for
it.
you,
It's a
just for
sponsorship
all
thing.
of us. Looking
I'm-
at your history,
I'm so done
the
with
thing
them.
that shocks me the most wasn't that you finished on an overall podium. It's the fact that you managed to qualify in 2022. Get ready for the Minties to take dead last in qualifying. If the O's need a tester team, I'm sure they'll call you. Team Galactic?
Here we go.
More like Team Trash Tick. Wait, I can, oh, it's been 6 years. That bronze from 2022 looks like the Minties 2020 and Oceanics 2018.
Yeah.
What is it with even years and cranking out bullshit bronzes? Your fans hate the Team Galac 5th thing, but you wish you could place that high. It took you until the last event to finally get a gold, but no one cared because the championship was decided run 1 and everyone was out in the streets celebrating. Your team needs to get back on track. We can only spam Galactic 416 so much, okay? We only acknowledge the fact that Cosmo exists because we want to bash him over the head with a mallet. This is not good for you.
Okay. Yeah, no. I hate Galac 5th, but I take it. Man, after last year, which was so fucking bad, I'd take Galac 5th. Just anything better than last year. Because, yeah, getting a medal in the final event, sure, I'm glad we aren't one of the few teams to have gone a year without getting a medal. But it wasn't, that's not much of a consolation prize for how fucking awful last year was. But hey, we got Celeste. She's our new coach. I don't know. I guess we'll see. We will know by the end of the qualifiers whether or not this is all paid off. But I'm very scared. Because I could totally... If we get relegated to the showdown, I won't be surprised. But God, I don't want to.
The Balls of Chaos are a tough team to pin down. It's almost like they're chaotic or something. Blah, 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 desk lids. They finished 2024 10th overall with just a silver. It ain't the greatest, but it's better than the Speeders. For the fact that you still have the worst point average in a league is gonna make it dubious for y'all going forward. Cause that record's gonna last a while. This is still your best result in the last 5 years. This team is practically the Oakland A's. Right. The Vegas A's. Sacramento A's? This team is practically like another team that sucks. A 10th place finish in the showdown is in your future yet. The turtle sliders are just like real sea turtles, full of trash. 6 years of existence.
These are whenever I need a punching bag. Turtle sliders are the first one I go to.
Team in the league,
like,
but
yeah.
the Cobalts exist.
Thunderbolts and Cobalts are also bad. I'd say turtle sliders are the worst.
Not only that, but
they
Frank and Squirt got you a medal in half pipe. The least you could have done was end the season on a high note, but Crush finished with a fat nada in elimination race. Maybe a captaincy change is needed. 25 points.
I don't think anything can save the turtle sliders.
11 in the other 4. This is basically all the sliders have been, and quite frankly, all that they will be. The Wolfpack are still getting their bearings straight.
Oh yeah, I kind of forgot they existed.
The team decided to be done with baby steps and took one giant leap into the main league. Their first qualification, 2 attempts. That was easy. They had a strong finish in 2024 despite sitting in 4th at one point. But back half struggles slipped them into 9th overall. 2 silvers and a bronze is still a solid medal haul. They're still waiting on their first Marble League gold, but so are the Cobalts. God, I love dunking on the
Oh my
Cobalts.
God, okay, the
Long
God, I forgot about that.
Holy sh**. The Midnight Wisps listen to me. I don't know if that's the best
Yankees of
plan.
teams.
I've heard of separating the
They used to be great, but that was a long time ago.
The earth. 4 new members with Wispy returning to captaincy and Wespy taking over as coach.
Really?
You want fries with all that?
I don't
That's
remember
what
all that
Watsy is probably
change. Holy
saying right
crap.
now. This might go well. At the very least, it's a much needed change. Y'all have been stuck in the mud since 2018. If relegation happened, you would have stayed in the showdown.
They need their
year,
Derek Jeter.
just like 2021. Let's see if this change in talent can necromancy your franchise, or if your team will continue to be a meme. The Green Ducks are a pretty solid team to bet on having some success.
They started last year
2020,
really strong.
They're both
and then they just fell apart.
Organizations who developed unclutched means to
it was either last year or 2 years ago.
Right. Back-to-back
they finished in they were in like 4th, and they could have been on the podium. And then in the 11th hour, they just completely fucked it up.
You even had the lead after a gold medal curling. You were in podium position with 2 events left.
Yep, so that was last year.
Corner. A choke job that rivals the hazers of most years.
It was bad, especially because I know people who root for the Green Ducks.
That whole 4th place curse thing, though you already got that whole collapsing into the showdown thing out of your system, so you won't fail to qualify and go back to the showdown, right? Right? I know a possum is gonna cry over the thought of relegation, and JMR just hates the showdown, but we gotta keep relegation. 60% of the qualifying field missing the league is completely lopsided. especially with last year only having 4 events and 1 giant group.
Yeah, I guess we're
The
just
only
going to
thing I
disagree
could
on this
see
one.
to make everything
I
a
get why
half-in,
people want
half-out
relegation.
deal would
I
be
understand
bring back
it.
relegation or to expand the Marble League field to 20. I think 20 teams in the Marble League is too many. All this to say,
I wouldn't hate that.
I'm lazy and 16 teams are too many to list out on screen. So I'm just going to flash them on screen.
Yeah,
as
let's see what they
list
say.
them out. Here are the teams I'm thinking are going to the showdown. Indigo Stars, Cobalts, Thunderbolts, Turtle Sliders, Rojo Rollers, Shining Swarm, Gliding Glaciers, the Limers, the Jumpers, Team Plasma, Team Primary, Midnight Wisps, Bumblebees, Wolfpack,
I'm gonna disagree with the
Chocolatiers, and
Bumblebees.
Rockets. Basically the usual suspects.
I would.
Let's see how this ages. It's
I don't
not
know.
Gonna age
It depends.
Well knowing my
Was the
history
Bumblebees
and
a fluke
stuff.
or not?
But we back in it. Let's go. Make sure you like and subscribe
go
so you don't miss out on...
Go check out Thesaurus Dinosaurus. Again, I'll leave this link, the link to this video in the description. Go check it out. Great channel. Some great they're gonna make some great Marble League content over the coming weeks. Highly recommend them. So yeah, I'll leave that link in the description.
on my rational takes and in-depth analysis throughout the season. Follow me on Blue Sky and buy some merch,
Yeah,
okay?
go check 'em
It's
out.
June, we got the Pride selection out. I'll see you in my next video, which will probably be a whole season prediction and bingo and tier list and I don't know, so...
God, I don't want to do a bingo. Okay, where were we? Okay, we had 9 teams. I'm gonna throw the Bumblebees on there. Listen, I think the Bumblebees can do good. I'm gonna throw the Crazy Cat's Eyes. We got a few teams left. What teams am I missing? The big ones. I don't think the Menti Maniacs are gonna make it in. There's a part of me that would like to see Cobalts make it in. Again, it's been 8 years. I'd like to think that their change in captain will push them through. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't have the Pinkies, do I? Pinkies. Alright, we got 4 more. I guess I'll throw the Solar Flares. Maybe it wasn't a fluke. Maybe they can do good. It's not going to be the Thunderbolt. I don't think it's going to be the Wolfpack. I don't think it's going to be Team Primary. Fuck it. Balls of Chaos? I think it's going to be... I could see... See, here's the thing. I could see Mellow Yellow, but I could also see them totally fucking up. I don't think it's going to be the Shining Swarm. Crazy Cat's Eyes. I'm gonna... Fuck it. I'm gonna throw in Mellow Yellow. And let's call an upset with the Cobalts. Maybe all the changes, bringing in Smokey as a coach, maybe that'll push them through. I could see that. So these are our, these are our 16 teams that I think are making it in. Rangers, Momo, Blackjacks, and Snowballs are auto-qualified. Savage Speeders, Raspberry Racers, Team Galactic, the Hazers, the Green Ducks, Bumblebees, Crazy Cat's Eyes, Pinkies, Solar Flares, Balls of Chaos, Mellow Yellow, and Cobalts. In the biggest upset. People like an underdog or something. Alright. Let's get back on track. Let's actually watch this.
Sidelines as the tumbleweeds roll by.
Welcome, all marbles, to the qualification rounds of Marble League 2025. 28 teams will be competing for 12 qualification spots in the tournament. Congratulations to our hosts and last year's podium holders, the Rangers, Blackjacks, Snowballs, and Team Momo, who are already qualified and will compete in the friendly round.
Well, that about sums it up.
Yeah.
I guess I don't have to explain all of that. No, we are here with 28 teams, but As was said, not all of them will make it, and we've seen some great attempts.
These are
and
friendlies.
some harrowing near misses. This friendly round gets us started with
The Rangers need to either come out and prove that, yes, we should be hosts, or just continue to be like, nope, this is why we shouldn't do it. That's not a good start.
Handoff. And in doing so,
Wow.
set a Marble League record.
Wow.
What? 7-8-9-3.
Impressive.
That's a new record. That was the friendly round. They're not even supposed to be exerting themselves right now, but wow. Talk about raising the bar. Green Ducks get a good launch, but start to lose out. It's Hazers up there.
Oh.
In lane 2. They hold the lead.
Oh,
and
that's
carry
a
it across the line.
That's a bad
Mellow
run for
Yellow
the Green Ducks.
will nab second
That
place.
handoff blew up in their
Or will
face.
they? Oh, I believe. Hang on, we've got a lot to unpack here. That's a new Marble League record for the Hazers.
And wow, the Indigo
Stars
Stars
got by
Wow.
right at the line to beat Mellow Yellow. My goodness. Jungle Jumpers, they're quick in lane 1, stretching that lead. Limers with a wonderful handoff. And through the bottom half of that run, it was all Limers.
I don't want to judge the Limers too
By gosh, we
quickly.
have.
Like,
7,
yeah,
2, 4,
sure, they just set a new
6.
record,
The
but,
marbles are coming to play.
No, I'm still hesitant on the Limers.
If this is giving us anything to go off of what this Marble League will be like, and this is only qualification, we could be in for a doozy. Top lane is going to lose out.
Yep,
Savage
there you go to the
Speeders
speeders.
get the
There's
crazy
no
cat's
way the
eyes
speeders don't make it
through
in.
the anchor leg.
Not a chance in hell.
The speed that they were able to carry on that final handoff made all the difference. Was not a Marble League
Sure,
record.
they didn't
I think
break
they're
a record,
realizing
but-
that, maybe we tone things down a bit. As long as you qualify, that's the main thing.
Okay, come on.
So many moves in the offseason. We'll be talking about that throughout the Marble League proper. Minty
Come
Maniacs,
on, come on, you gotta beat this heat.
are gonna struggle.
Oh, shit.
That is one of
That
the
was
biggest
close.
leads given up that we've seen so far in these rounds.
No!
And it's Team Plasma.
Barely
that are
didn't
going
do
to
it.
Get the win in the bottom lane.
Shit.
7-7-9-3 Galactic. Their time only good enough for 13th. Solar Flares down in 16th.
That's
Minty Maniacs.
bad.
Oh, had that one.
I mean, it's still top
This
16
is an
or top.
interesting element.
No, it's not even top. It's
these
only top
games.
12.
You are
So
racing
never
against
mind.
everybody around you. Yes. Oh, and look at that. How
Not
much
good for the
things can
Bumblebees.
change.
Ooh.
To finish that thought, yes, you want to win your heat. You want to beat those around you, but you're
Well,
also racing
expect
for
nothing
time
less from the
compared to
Raspberry
everybody else.
Racers.
And Raspberry Racers go through in 7-5-1-8. That puts them in 7th. The Bumblebees, that was a disastrous run after what looked to be a promising start. Wolfpack, Gliding Glaciers, Purple Rockets, and Shining Swarm. Shining Swarm with an excellent handoff.
Wow,
and
that's-
again, in the anchor
Nope,
leg,
and they
comes
lost it.
undone. Purple Rockets.
I was like, that's
will
really
sneak
impressive
by.
for like a second there.
Look at how close that ended up being. The entire field sits on a 7.8. You have to go down to the 100th and sometimes 1,000th to separate them. Balls of Chaos, Oceanics, Pinkies, and the Cobalts. Cobalts on the bottom lane. How does the handoff go? It doesn't go well for them. They will get
No.
second place, but it's all about the time.
And now,
Good roll for the Oceanics. 8 or 10 length victory
I
on
got
that one.
him ninth.
7.372. That's good enough for 4th. Cobalt slot into the top 10.
I've not been paying attention to how
Pinkies and
far
Balls of
down we're
Chaos on
going.
the outside looking in.
We're...
Here are the results thus far. 7-2-4-6 for the Limers up top
No,
over the
we're not doing
Chocolatiers.
too
Hazers
well.
come in 3rd. And looking down at the bottom, Solar Flares
19th.
4-1-4. It was not a good sequence of handoffs.
Yeah,
And
that's
30
not
points go
good.
to the Limers. You see the top 12 on the left. Those,
I mean,
of course,
3
will be the
record
ones that will move
breakers
on
back-to-back
to
was
the
crazy.
proper Marble League.
But
We will
that's
also have the
19th
intro team
isn't
standings for the
good.
friendly round over in the other part of your screen. But this event is wrapped up. Points awarded. We move on to the second of 4 after an eventful relay that could see quite a few changes in the record once we get to the actual handing out of medals. In the roll down here for our first attempt at block pushing in the friendly round, the Snowballs will edge ahead past the 85 mark. They did not use that trailing hammer formation that we see a lot of the teams employ. And it worked out well for them, 86-4-0. Not a Marble League record like they set in the first round of the friendly, which was then subsequently reset by just about every team thereafter. Good launch for Team Primary. They may hit the block first, but they definitely don't get the last. Look at the Bumblebees in lane 2, almost at 100. We'll wait for the official mark here, and it looks to be just shy, yes. 99-10 for the Bumblebees. That is the new mark to beat. Primary back at 94 in second. That's a lot of gap for some teams to fit in.
I gotta keep on the number.
Advancement. This was a much closer battle, at least between 3 of the teams. Hazers trailed off the back.
Because it doesn't matter how we... Well, it does matter how we do compared to others. But also just for that, getting close to that 99.
Yes, they did. But it's Rojo Rollers 87-30. Wins the heat, does not get in the top 4 in the overall. So that entire heat, shorter than run number 1. Here in 3, separation in the bottom lane. We'll see if that works well for him. It does not. Lane 2, Raspberry Racers will get the win between these 4.
You expect nothing less from
They
the
match up
Raspberry
decently
Racers.
well. That last little hammer
Yeah, look at that.
threw them back up to 99.5, and that resets the top distance. Bumblebee is no longer on top. 99.5. Working our way through the 28 teams competing here. And that will not give them high marks. May just get in the neighborhood of 90. How close will it be? 89.6.
Nope.
Good enough for 6th for Team Plasma. Everybody in the heat. Lower down.
Can't believe we've almost been going for 4 hours.
Turtle Sliders,
That's
Solar Flares, Green
wild.
Ducks, and the Wisps. Solar Flares very late out of the gate. Look, they've got 2 off the back, and they suffer.
That Green Ducks,
Not
right?
part of the game plan.
Worth-
And they lose out big time. Green Ducks. They get 2
Yeah.
past 100. No,
Just under.
5 hundredths off of our leaders.
Okay, come
Hold
on.
the celebratory claps
Come on, I
for now.
believe.
We still have 2 runs
I
to go.
believe in you.
This one stays close right
you
up
did
until the
decent.
End. Look at Mellow Yellow, what they were able to do on the bottom
But
lane.
Like,
How
there were
far
2
back
people
was
ahead
that?
of you.
That's a good
So,
30 centimeters behind.
or one, at least one.
Delivering that last push, and
Holy
it made
shit.
a difference.
Okay, 5th?
105.
I'll take 5th.
That's a new Marble League record.
That'll help a lot. And especially when we just went up against the record. For some reason, I thought the record was over 105.
It's been held for 2 years by the Midnight Wisps.
Really? The Wisp?
Look
I
at how many
swear that
teams
got
have been
broken.
flirting with
recent-
that 100. Mellow Yellow said, you can have your 100. I'm going to do you 4 better. Savage Speeders. They're challenging. They may have it.
Of course the Speeders got it.
Similar to what we had in the relay race. Did we
Yes.
just reset it a second time?
Yeah.
You hear the trumpets. We sure did.
Again, I swear 105 was already the record.
105.40.
That's...
Savage Speeders.
That pushes
They
us
want
down
their
to
turn.
what, 6th?
Record moves up to them. Mellow Yellow enjoyed it for a good, well, I don't know, 30 seconds maybe. And with that being the final run,
Yeah,
what a way to
6th.
end block pushing in the qualifiers.
Okay, you know,
Speeders
could have been
getting
better,
over
but that
Mellow
helps
Yellow,
out.
Raspberry Racers, Green
That helps
Ducks,
out a lot.
and the
Ooh,
Bumblebees.
I did not know that.
Hazers,
The
down there at
Hazers in the
28. Solar Flares,
Pinkies.
another disappointing finish.
Ooh.
Chocolatiers, Pinkies, Balls of Chaos are down there as well.
In 3rd place,
We see
Savage
Cat's
Speeders.
Eyes, 18th,
Second
Rojo
place,
Rollers,
Raspberry
Oceanics.
Racers.
All right, how are we doing after 2 events?
From Mellow Yellow.
There are the top 12. From Mellow
We're
Yellow down
11.
to the Chocolatiers.
Okay.
Cobalts are in there.
I believe.
Not to jinx things,
Yeah,
but
Cobalts.
Cobalts in 8 for
they're
the moment.
the underdogs,
They've
for lack of
never
a better
qualified.
word.
Sorry if that was a preemptive commentator curse. Ride the waves with us this time. 2 dumped into the catch basin on the far end. But how about Rangers with 2 10s? One was lost really early back there in 4, you see, for the Blackjacks. And Momo, 41. Props to the Rangers. A 0, and they still managed to hold on to second place. Well, Snowballs lead the friendly now by 1 point as we go back to our qualifiers who are attempting to join those 4 teams in the big one. That is a gaggle of marbles in 9. You don't often see that with how many are out there going over each of these waves. So many opportunities for collisions. Looks like Cobalts did that to themselves back there in 5. And Bumblebees down there in 36 as well. But Green Ducks 2 ahead. 38 is our top score. Chocolatiers, Minty Maniacs, Thunderbolts, and Balls of Chaos.
How do they do
in order
tiebreakers
as
on
they
this
sit
one?
in the blocks, but now they get jumbled up anyway. Minty Maniacs push 2 of them too far. We've got 4 marbles sitting back there in 6. It's a little unusual. A lot of them in that 8-9 range. Balls of Chaos, they've got the top now, 41. Big drop off there. 20 points for the Minty Maniacs. They got just single digits.
Come on, like 40.
2 of their marbles.
I believe.
Not ideal.
I believe.
Oh, we've got a couple of them back in the
Ooh.
2 or 3 basin. Yes, 2 and 3.
Oh, that's not good.
That is the result of poor coordination.
That's.
In this case, oh
We're
my
fucked.
gosh. 3 of them in the 5.
Fuck.
Team Galactic, and somehow they still don't go last.
Fuck.
That's Rojo Rollers among them.
Wow, actually, that's
28.
kinda
I mean, that's
crazy.
better than the 21 that we just saw a run or 2
But
ago.
Fuck.
Purple Rockets move up into 3rd.
We got
Crazy
fucked.
Cat's Eyes, Team Plasma, Indigo
Oh
Stars,
my god.
and Jungle Jumpers. A lot of clear and colored marbles in this one. Too far for the Cats.
See, I'm not a good sports fan
They will have a
because
pair
you
of
know
goose eggs.
sports
We've also
fans
got
know
marbles
their
back in
team
2 and
and they
3
can just
again.
know, like, oh yeah, back in 08 they did this.
Obviously,
Or
the goal
yeah,
being
oh
get
yeah,
as
he
far
was
down
so
the course as
good.
you
This
can.
year
Don't
he
land
got
in the catch basin. You go
fucking
past
this
10
many
and you get a
hits, this
0,
many home
and
runs.
that's exactly what happened
Blah
to Crazy
blah
Cat's
blah.
Eyes. 15
Meanwhile, I
out of
couldn't tell you
16 teams.
shit about what my
Jungle
team's done
Jumpers
over the
down there in
years.
14th with just 23. Plasma on the edge of the top 5. Raspberry
Yeah, I'm a
Racers,
bad
Turtle
sports
Sliders,
fan.
Mellow Yellow, and the Wolfpack now. It's always a great view from the end as you see them cresting over the waves. And this is a colorful spread.
That's-
No zeros. But I'm not sure how high
No
these
zeros,
scores
but some
are
of
going
those
to
were
be.
really low. I think that was Mellow Yellow, who had the one way back.
Look at that. All double-digit
Yeah,
finishes
Mellow
for
Yellow
this
had the
entire
2.
Field.
Yeah.
34
But they also had a
down
10.
through 27. That is 10th, 12th, 16th, and 17th. 2 more runs to go. Speeders,
Where
Glaciers,
does he
Wisps, and the
Fucking
Hazers.
Savage Speeders just do amazing.
Everybody makes it past 4 at least. We get 1 in the catch basin. That will be for the Hazers. How about Speeders?
Okay, I was like, I can't
2
tell
of the
who that
10.
is.
Where did they lose some of their other marbles? One of them's running out of steam just past 6. No, rolls back into 6. 2 of them collide with each other. One of them in the 8.
Yep. You want to see the Savage Speeders do
And that
amazing?
gives them a
You want to see
score
them
of
do it
40.
again?
Same as the Gliding Glaciers, but because the Speeders have a couple of 10s versus the Glaciers 9s, they move up into 2nd place, still chasing
Okay.
Balls of Chaos
Okay.
with their 41.
That makes sense. That makes sense on how you do
All right,
tiebreakers.
last chance. Solar Flares, Limers, Team Primary, and the Pinkies.
Wow.
Pinkies are going to... Oh, look at this.
Oh,
Pinkies
shit.
have 3 in the 9.
But the Limers.
Get out your abacus here because this is all going to come down.
I think that was
to
the Limers and the
numbers
10s.
Between, look at how many marbles are in 6, in 9.
Oh, that was Team Primary.
The
Okay.
Limers get the win among the group. They go up to 38 and 4th. Team Primary, a disastrous 17th place finish. Solar Flares, they get in the top 10 in the final run.
This isn't good for us.
A 1-point win for Balls of Chaos over the Speeders and the Glaciers. Minty Maniacs finish in dead last. Crazy Cat's Eyes, a surprising 2 zeros as well.
I completely
They
missed where
notched
we
21.
were.
Crazy Cat's...
We got... Okay, we did 22nd.
Glaciers,
Okay, this is just...
Minty Maniacs finish in dead last.
Okay.
Crazy Cat's Eyes, a surprising 2 zeros as well.
I
They
completely
notched
missed this there for a
21.
second.
And our current
This isn't good.
Savage Speeders are at the top.
17th.
And green means they are guaranteed to make it to the big show. Limers in second, Green Ducks, Indigo Stars are up there. Cobalts have fallen out of the top 10, top 12, I'm sorry.
Oh, shit.
But still, one event
It
to go,
really
and this is a
comes
daunting
down to
one.
this.
You see the sand conditions, all of the obstacles, the multiple pathways that you can take. A long run.
I didn't check where the green ducks
But
were.
first, we start with the friendly round. Mo, Snowy, Tarako, and Hart are for our auto qualifiers. And down they come, a very wide entry ramp. Makes me wonder if all 28 marbles are going to be released at the same time when we get to this event for the proper qualifiers.
Is that how?
Momo out in front. A good 10-length lead over the O'Rangers, but they love sand. Let's see if they start to close up. Battling back and forth with the Blackjacks. As they watch the Blackjacks behind them, Snowballs get by. Momo trying to cruise almost wire to wire here under the bridge. O'Rangers catching the draft and lose it. Just the friendly round, of course, but a good chance to try out this course. Maybe that's your goal here. Try some different lines that wouldn't normally work.
Wow,
See
the
if you
O'Rangers
can
have
add
not
something to your
been-
arsenal to use when you get in the
I'm
main
not even
competition.
gonna say
Momo
host
gets the
curse,
win.
even though I
Snowballs,
totally could.
Blackjacks, and O'Rangers, and that sets the entire friendly round. We'll get our results here in just a moment. 44 seconds, nearly a full second ahead of the captain of the Snowballs. Hard for the Blackjacks.
Yeah,
the
that's not looking good for the
captain. Momo
O'Rangers.
wins the
That's
friendly. By
again,
a
I don't want to say host curse, but
Alright, so
literally
here
anything's possible.
We get a look. It'll be 14
Okay,
marbles
we are
going
in
down
this.
at one time here in run number 1.
I'm so...
5
Oh,
captains in the
gosh.
field,
It
plus
literally
a
all comes down to
reserve,
this.
And we are off. That turn, that slight right-hander, Marbles got very high on it. Gonna
I
have
have
to watch
no
their
idea where
speed
we are.
as they drop
That
down
could
next
be us
time.
in last. That could be somebody else. I
Field
can't
still
tell.
sorting themselves out right now.
I don't think that's us in
Let's
first.
see how this works. Hazers
I can't
right
tell.
in the middle there, trading with the Green Ducks. That's been a great duel. Several marbles going back and forth. What is this? Team Galactic Starry out in front, it appears.
Oh,
The
is that
Marbles
us?
getting a fine coating
Oh,
of sand as
shit.
They work their way down the course. We did not get
I
a
can't
sand
tell.
condition check before this race, but you can tell there's some moisture out there, and that adds a whole new element. Jungle Jumpers making
Oh,
a good
fuck
run
yes.
into second place.
Yes. Green Ducks did fifth.
Bumblebees in
Oh
third.
my god.
In
Yes.
front of the Hazers and Green Ducks, whose
We
battle
did it.
continued all the way down this course. Savage Speeders.
I mean,
in
that doesn't
last.
guarantee us everything, but that's... Oh my gosh. Yes. Yes.
Speedy. 48.29.
Oh my god, what
Just
a
under
sigh
4
of
seconds
relief.
off of the leader. Indigo Stars, Montoya, second to last. All right. Run number 2.
The Cobalts. This is...
3 reserves. 4 captains. Last chance. Off they come. Raspberry Racers held the lead into that first turn. Hit it hard. Limers Sublime goes up into first, but here come Raspberry Racers, and that's a nice draft by the Wolfpack. They take a turn up front before hitting the wall and going backwards. Fine dusting here as Crazy Cat's Eyes.
which
They go
blue
up
is
into
in
the lead.
first?
They need a good result after how their qualifiers have gone so far. Thunderbolts in a duel toward the back of the field.
It's the
But we go
Thunderbolts, of
at the
course they
front.
are.
Siren, under the bridge. Past the fans. This speed is pretty quick. Let's Let's see if they continue it all the way down the course. Limers have fallen way back. Streaking down toward the finish line.
Okay, I thought that was the
Oceanics.
Oceanics.
Crazy Cat's Eyes,
Cobalts
second,
in 6th.
Wolfpack.
We'll see how it stacks up
Up there
overall.
consistently through the race, they get 3rd in front of the Pinkies, Solar Flares, and Cobalts.
The Oceanics
In
might
the
have made
top
up.
6. Looking at run 2. 2 captains in the top 4. Limers down there in 14th. Raspberry Racers not great for the fruit circuit.
Yeah,
on
that's not
that
good for the
end of
Raspberry
grid.
Racers. Okay,
And
we
so,
get
looking at the combined
second.
times. Oceanics get the win over Team Galactic, Crazy Cat's Eyes, and the Wolfpack. Savage Speeders
Wow.
28.
Really? Ooh.
Qualified teams. Midnight Wisps,
And there you see it.
Raspberry
The
Racers,
final.
Okay, Oceanics, Green Ducks, Savage Speeders, Mellow Yellow, Team Galactic, my beloved. The Cobalts actually made it. Holy shit. Bumblebees, Balls of Chaos, Raspberry Racers, Pinkies, and the Midnight Wisps. This is their chance. Jungle Jumpers doesn't surprise me. I'm actually kind of surprised at the Hazers. I'd expect nothing from the Indigo Stars. Chocolatiers, Gliding Glaciers, of course. Turtle Sliders were never going to be in it to begin with. Crazy Cat's Eyes is a surprise. That's actually huge. Shining Swarm, Wolfpack, whatever. It was a fluke, sadly. Same thing with Purple Rocket, same thing with Team Plasma, same thing with Solar Flares. That's exactly what I expect from you, Rojo Rollers. Team Primary, Thunderbolts right where you deserve to be. And the Menti Maniacs, you know what? I'm glad I don't got to deal with them anymore.
Final standings.
Chaos, Bumblebees,
Oceanics, Green Ducks, Savage Speeders, Mellow
I
Yellow,
just-
Team
we did it.
Galactic, Limers. Yes,
We
it's the Cobalts.
fucking
Green Ducks,
For
did
the
it.
first time
And the
ever.
Cobalts did it. You know what?
The Cobalts
Good
are
for the
competing in the
Cobalts.
Marble League.
I'm
How many
sure
years?
my team made
have
it
they-
so I can be happy for them. Good for Cobalts fans. You've gone through nothing but suffering and pain. Good for you to have gotten something. Are they going to do well? Who knows? But bringing Smokey in, making some changes. Right now, you're off to a good start. Good for you, Cobalts. But hey, we did it. We're in the fucking league. I have to get that shirt now. I don't know how I'm going to do it. I'll figure it out. It might look ugly, but I'm going to do it. Okay, let's see. How did that stack up to what we just said a few minutes ago? Okay. Well, no shit. We already knew about these guys. Let me green highlight them. Savage Speeders made it in, right? Savage Speeders, Raspberry Racers, Team Galactic all made it in. Hazers didn't. Green Ducks made it in. Yeah, Green Ducks actually did really good. Bumblebees did. Crazy Cat's Eyes didn't. Yeah, Crazy Cat's Eyes didn't. Pinkies did. I was hoping the Solar Flares were... I thought the Solar Flares were going to continue their momentum. Again, fuck the other space teams that aren't my space team. But yeah. Balls of Chaos did. Mellow Yellow did. And Cobalts did. Honestly, that's not bad. For our 16 predictions, only getting 3 wrong. And the 3 we got wrong were the Limers, the Midnight Wisps, in the Oceanics. That's not bad. That is not bad. I mean, of course, obviously these were freebies. These were more or less freebies. This one was definitely a freebie. But no, that's not bad. All right, we have been going for 4 hours now. This should not have been a 4-hour show. But my team's in the Marble League. Fuck yes. We will, of course, be back in the future to watch the rest of the Marble League. We got a good year going for us. God, I hope we have a good year going for us. I believe. And yeah, that's, I guess, our outro. We'll be back with the rest of the Marble League. Next week, we got Superman, so you better believe I will be there. We will talk about it. I'm so excited. We have, there's possibly a Nintendo Direct. If that happens, yeah, we'll watch a Nintendo Direct. Oh boy, am I excited for that. The other thing, sometime before the end of the month, I want to do Little Gator Game. You know, I've been playing a lot of Tears of the Kingdom. I said sometime we were going to do Little Gator Game this summer. And so at some point, I'll find some time. It'll be like a stream 2 at most. And we'll sit down and it'll take us like 5 hours. And we'll just do all of Little Gator Game. Because it's not a very long game. But the sequel comes out later this year. And I want to do the first one. And I want to do it sometime like this month. Because it's been on my brain recently. So we're going to do that. But other than that, you know, we'll be back for sure on Friday to talk about Superman, the Marble League, and everything else. Do we actually know when the opening ceremony is on the 9th? Okay, that's just a few days away. That's, I think, Wednesday. So yeah, we'll be back for that. But that's where I'm going to end off for the night. So I hope you all enjoyed. Stay tuned for more. Till next time. Peace.